Welcome to Cinemassacre's Monster Madness. And first I want to say, for anybody who's new to it, every year we do 31 horror movie reviews in October, and it's one review a day. And this is something new. This is the 9th year, and for the first time we're bringing Mike on camera this time.
Yeah, I've been involved in the process behind the scenes, helping out with editing for a long time, but yeah, this is the first time I've been seen here.
Yeah, and we have a little bit more of a presence on YouTube this year, because what we're going to be doing is some of these where it's just me and Mike talking about the movie unscripted. I have no idea what he's going to say, he has no idea what I'm going to say. Usually these kind of videos, the ones that are traditional, that are on the site mostly, on Cinemassacre.com, it's me, it's my voiceover on the movie clip. So it's basically like I write a script, I think it out all, thorough and everything. So this is really a lot loose. This is very unplanned. So these kind are just going to be very loose and up in the air.
Yeah, it's very much similar to how the Nerd episode production works. Is a lot of times James and I will be sitting playing a video game together, and then coming up with ideas, and then James goes off and writes the script. A lot of times in the past, James and I would be sitting there watching. I remember that one movie with that Bigfoot. We were sitting there watching. Remember that Bigfoot Monster Madness video? What the hell was the name of that one? Anyway, we would sit. We would sit and watch the movies, and then James
Night
goes
of the
off
Demon.
Night of the Demon, and then James goes off and writes the script.
Yeah.
Like Axel, I'll ask you a question. And all that.
Yeah, so this is very different. So basically what we have going on this year is about a third of the videos are on Cinemassacre.com, and those are the ones that are all scripted and everything. Then you have another third of them that are scripted, but they're public domain, so they're on YouTube. And then you're also going to have these kind where it's just me and Mike in front of the camera, unscripted, and these are going to be on YouTube as well.
So it's horror reviews all over the place. It is fucking madness.
Yep. The Ring from 2002. What'd you think of this movie?
This movie sort of started a trend of these type of movies. It was kind of the first of its
Asian
type,
horror
right?
movies being remade in America.
Right, because that also happened with the Grudge.
Yeah, The Grudge. They made one with Sarah Michelle Gellar. Ju-on was the original.
She was Buffy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, The Ring had Naomi Watts. She's British, but she's famous in America. So basically, I guess they'd be just remaking these movies with bigger budgets, with actors that are more well known in America. So before it was Ringu, that was 1998 from Japan. And then the Ring virus was from South Korea, and that was
I
the year
didn't
later.
know about that one.
Yeah, so there were actually there's more than one Ring movie before the American one. Now, when this movie came out, I remember hearing about it all the time.
Me too, yeah.
Like, wow, this movie's so scary. Like everybody was saying, this is the scariest movie ever. And I saw
it was a big hit when it was out.
It was a huge hit, yeah. And then I saw it shortly after it came out on home video, and I was like, yeah. I was like, okay.
Oh, wait, do you not like this movie?
I thought it was okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. That's what I think. There's some parts I really like, but it's I guess we should just go into the plot. It's just such a weird story. Begins with an urban legend type deal. There's a VHS tape that kills people. I suppose if the movie came out just a little bit later, it would probably be DVD.
Right.
But it was
I'm
like
glad
in
that
that
it's VHS. Though.
Yeah. Oh, what I like is that when they go to the shelf where it has all the VHS tapes, in that shot, you know what other movies are in there?
No, I don't.
Spontaneous Combustion, Family Plot, which was Hitchcock's last film, and You're the Hunter from the Future.
Oh.
So yeah.
You're the Hunter from the... Have you seen that movie? I want to see that movie.
Look up the trailer, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
I imagine how would it have changed the course of the plot if she would have popped in You're instead of this... the
whole movie was just her watching that movie.
So you watch the tape, and then you get a phone call, and 7 days, I think it was, you die.
Yeah.
So Rachel Keller, I think her name was, the Naomi Watts character, is a journalist investigating the death of her son's cousin. And then there's these faces distorted in photographs Like whenever the person who's about to die, whenever they get their picture taken, their faces are all distorted.
Right.
And
she's like trying to save her like son from it happening to her son, but her son ends up watching it, and he's like making all these creepy drawings and shit.
Yeah, it's stuff like that going on. And when she watches the tape, what's actually on it, it looks like an experimental film that we would have watched in college.
Oh, when she actually watches the tape?
Yeah, like what's actually on the tape.
Yeah.
We had to watch a lot of stuff that looked a lot like that, actually.
The actual when they watch the actual tape, some creepy things do happen.
Yeah.
Like I remember that she puts on the tape and like you see like she puts it on pause, but then there's like things moving in the background and shit like that.
Yeah.
And I mean I like that part of it, that whole concept of they watch the tape and then there's 7 days to die.
Yeah.
You know that you're gonna die in 7 days, and she had to like figure out this whole fucking like mystery in the meantime of like, of the whole plot, and she ends up going to that like well and everything.
Yeah.
It was interesting, but I agree with you. It's kind of like it's pretty good, but it's like all right.
Yeah, I think people made too much of a big deal out of it. I mean, it's a strange story when you actually go into what really did happen and like what
the whole family like involved in it and all that.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to give it like a spoiler, I guess. I mean, not much of a spoiler. It's probably one of the most famous shots in the movie is when the girl comes out of the TV. When she comes out of TV, I thought that was pretty scary. I was like, oh, that is cool. Like, that actually kind of lifted the movie up a lot for me. And when you know what happened, kind of like that the girl's just this weird, like, supernatural girl, and she can make images on VHS tape or make images appear, like, on photographs or whatever it was. Like, it's kind of this strange kind of story that they kind of slowly give you as the movie goes on. So it's really like an investigation kind of movie.
There was just like, whenever I think of this movie, there's a random part in this movie that whenever anybody mentions The Ring, I'm like, oh, that's the movie where the horse goes off the side of the boat.
Oh yeah,
because I've never seen anything like that in a movie, because
special effect.
You don't usually see stuff happen to animals.
Yeah.
And for a horse to go off the side of the boat, I thought that was crazy. I had never seen something like that.
Yeah, I remember seeing that too. I was like, oh my god, like it looked real.
Yeah, it did. It looked really real. And then the horse, then they cut to a shot of the water, and you see like the horse going down into the water, and it's like, Jesus Christ, I couldn't believe that happened.
Yeah. Like there's like a whole thing about how horses are afraid or whatever of what's going on, and then
I found that part to be really unsettling.
Yeah.
So, what else about The Ring?
I mean, it has some pretty good parts, has some great visuals, but I didn't think it was, the whole thing overall, I didn't think was scary like everybody said it was.
Yeah. I agree with that. It was it's an okay movie.
Yeah, definitely interesting, worth checking out. I've seen the original. I actually think that this one was better just because of the visuals. I think that because it had a bigger budget, they were able to get some like better effects and everything, like when she comes out of the TV and all that. But yeah,
The Ring.
Okay.
Cinemassacre Sparks the Madness!
Sleepaway Camp from 1983 may be just another low-budget slasher film, but the cult following it's gained over the decades is extraordinary. Strangely, it's had two separate strings of sequels. The first sequels were from the 80s as well, but decades later the original writer, director Robert Hiltzik, returned to make his own sequels, ignoring the rest. The plot is more or less what you'd expect. There's people at a campground in the summer who are being murdered one by one in all kinds of absurd ways. The movie doesn't come straight out as a comedy, but the death scenes are quite hysterical. Also, the way the characters behave are pretty outrageous. There's this creepy guy working in the kitchen who comes on to a young girl and flat out harasses her.
I got something you're gonna like real good.
What a sicko. The girl is Angela, who's the main focus. She's always being bothered. She doesn't do anything to anybody, she keeps to herself and hardly even speaks, but for some reason, everybody gives her a hard time. My favorite character is the guy in charge of the camp. He thinks nothing of the deaths and wants to downplay them to cover up what's happening because he doesn't want to scare away the campers or doesn't want bad publicity or whatever. He's like the mayor in Jaws. These characters all have their breaking points where they flip out. This is one of those whodunit kind of slasher films. Instead of an obvious villain, you're supposed to guess who's doing the killings.
What the hell are you doing here?
But when you're watching it, I think you'll find it obvious from the beginning, or at least after so many of the characters are eliminated, but you still sit there anyway, waiting for the big reveal at the end to confirm it. You think you know who it is, and maybe you do, but you end up getting a little more than you bargained for. I won't show it, but seriously, it's one of the most disturbing endings ever. It makes the whole film. I'll say no more. So what do I really think of this movie, aside from the ending? Is it any good? I think it depends how much you expect from it. If someone says, hey, you gotta check out this movie, it's amazing, then you might see it and be disappointed, but if you see it on your own terms, you may be delighted. The charm of these type of movies is discovering them. You sit around with your friends, you pop in the VHS tape, not knowing what it is, and then you get unexpected laughs and genuine amusement. It's like looking at a trash can and finding something valuable. Maybe there's nothing there, but hey, you never know. I'd recommend watching it casually with the least amount of hype possible. Don't even think about it, just let it play.
Cinemassacre's Monster Madness!
Okay, Frozen. The horror movie. You know what's funny is that Frozen, I've been trying to do some kind of review of this movie for years. It came out in 2010, and I remember seeing it and being like, oh, I gotta talk about this movie. This is great. And then eventually, I never had time. And then the Disney movie Frozen came out, which is, Disney animated.
Wait a second. We're not reviewing the movie with Olaf and.
Oh, that's what you thought we were doing?
Oh shit!
You watched the wrong movie?
Oh fuck.
Yeah, so when that came out, I'm like, okay, well, mainstream Disney animated movie and horror movie, completely two different things. But I was like, this is so great. I got to do it now and just not even address the Disney one. And of course, I didn't get a chance to do it in time. It came out at like the worst possible time. I was too busy with everything else. And it came and went, of course. The Disney one became huge success, and now if you try to
if you type Frozen, you'll never find the movie that we're talking about.
Now I can't even recommend the movie. I always have to tell people like, oh yeah, there's this movie Frozen, you got to see it, and they're like, yeah, it's like you can't even it's so erased from history because
if you want to find this movie, you have to type Frozen 2010.
You have to know the year.
Yeah,
it was directed by Adam Green, who made Hatchet. Did you ever see Hatchet?
I own it, but I actually haven't watched it. That's the one with that like southern dude with an axe or whatever. And I've seen clips from it, and it's like in the bayou or something, right?
Yeah, it takes place in the South. It's like a slash movie. Not to get off topic, but it's a really good one. Kane Hodder. Plays the slasher villain, whatever.
Okay.
But
so you're saying same director?
It's sort of a slash movie. It's same director, who did Frozen. He did Hatchet before. Frozen. Hatchet's really great, but about Frozen, basically the movie is about 3 people stuck on a ski lift for a whole weekend. Mm-hmm. That's basically it. Mm-hmm. It's done in a pretty convincing way that they,
And I will say too, it was pretty terrifying. Just the idea of being on a ski lift.
Yeah.
I mean, holy shit, that's fucking scary. Like,
Yeah.
you imagine that you would actually freeze to death, and that's
if you were stuck on there, yeah.
freezing to death. That's a horrible way to die, and that's a scary thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, scary
Oh, it's a
situation.
great concept. Yeah.
The first 20 25 minutes of the movie, it's kind of like this teen like drama thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, this is this is not very promising. But once they get on the ski lift, it starts to get good.
Yeah. It definitely takes time to get good.
Yeah.
I just love that it's such a simple idea and it's very realistic. It kind of seems like, oh, maybe that could happen, because the way they have it set up is how they're closing for the weekend and they don't realize there's like 3 people left on this one ski lift.
It's definitely a situation you could imagine actually happening, where a lot of horror movies, it's like, oh, there's a ghost or something. It's like, all right, well, a lot of people have trouble believing something like that. But this is like, oh shit, this could happen in real life.
Like, there's nothing supernatural in the movie. It's just they get stuck on a ski lift. And you think, like, what would you do in that situation? And I know the first thing everybody probably thinks, even if you haven't seen the movie, is like, oh, well, maybe they, just climb down, grab onto the cables. But that doesn't work. And if you see the movie, you'll see why.
I mean, I have a solution that it kind of the one thing about it that pissed me off the whole time is that I mean, I don't want to give away what happens at the end or anything, but I didn't understand. You're in a situation where you're about to die, right?
Yeah.
So and you know that, so you would do anything to save your life, right? And at one point, it's not too far into the movie, so I guess I can give away that the one guy jumps down and all that, and which doesn't go well. Why didn't they just take their clothes off, tie them together, tie it to the thing, and climb down?
I don't know.
I mean, maybe that would have...
Other than that, they're freezing, but I don't know, like...
But, I mean, if you're going to die, and like, somebody could climb down, and granted, that probably wouldn't be enough to get them all the way to the ground. I think it would make it low enough that, like, they could have dropped down safely. Yeah. But they don't do that in the movie, and that pissed me off. I'm like, come on, just tie your damn clothes together. It was stupid.
Then the other thing keeps going through my head is, would they survive if they just were up there until Monday morning when they open up the ski lifts again, or whenever it was?
I mean, that part is totally believable, I think, because they would totally freeze to death with all the weather conditions. It's snowing, it's raining, and the girl starts to get I think it's the girl from Spider-Man 2, I believe.
Not the main girl.
The newer one. Yeah.
Really?
I think so. I could be wrong. I have to check on that. But not the Tobey Maguire movies. The newer.
I know, the Amazing.
But I like the movie a lot, and it took me a while to realize that it actually was a horror movie, because, I mean, it's just a bunch of kids, and they're on a ski lift and whatever, and I'm like, how is this horror? But by the end of the movie, you're like, oh, okay, this is a horror movie. Yeah, definitely. And she has a great scream, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
I feel like that girl is this year's, scream queen. I mean, she does a couple screams in the movie, and I was just like, wow, this girl can scream. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. The screams didn't stick out to me. I'll have to see it for that. But what I like is about these minimal kind of horror movies that just take something really basic, like Phone Booth. It's not a horror movie, but Phone Booth is a movie that's shot in one location. The whole movie's inside a phone booth, and it's done really well. It's great. So sometimes you can have a movie that's in one spot. Like this is you're pretty much in the ski lift with them the whole time.
And once they get on it, yeah.
The one thing I could say that might have been a little better, and this is something that's really hard to do in a movie, is to make the characters really likable. I don't think they weren't the least likable characters. It's pretty easy to make characters into like total douchebags, but these characters were kind of they were in the middle. Like they weren't that likable. But when the part comes when
I didn't mind too much when they died, because they were kind of douchebags.
It's kind of like it's kind of like, in a horror movie, do you care if the person lives or not? Right. And this movie, I didn't care too much. But then there's this one part where they just mention like, oh, somebody's got to feed the dog. There's a dog at home that's all alone. And as soon as they bring that, they're like, oh, well, they got to survive now because they got to get home to feed the dog.
You care more about the dog than the actual characters on the ski lift.
A dog that you never see,
Yeah,
so it's like once you bring an animal into it, then,
Yeah.
it's such a cheap way to like get you hooked, Yeah.
I enjoyed the movie. It's a pretty good movie. I haven't seen it. Definitely check it out. It's not the best horror movie I've ever
It's
seen.
not the best,
but it's pretty good.
Given the concept, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
Suspiria is a 1977 visual horror film directed by Dario Argento. It's about a ballet student who transfers to an upscale dance academy, but then finds out that it's a place where horror happens. In other words, it's a coven of witches. The plot isn't where the film's strength lies. Its true power is in its visuals, its sound design, and overall doomy, nightmarish atmosphere. When I think of atmospheric horror, I usually think black and white, but this is a movie that shows that the use of color can invoke quality horror as well. The color is so striking and vibrant, and that's because it was processed in Technicolor, one of the last Technicolor films. From the bright, cheerful landscapes of the world of Oz to the dark, terrifying hallways of Suspiria. I'll always remember that strange window, almost like the twisted architecture in Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. The death scenes are absolutely disturbing, and it's moments like these that really get under your skin. There's lots of loud, horrifying shock moments, but there's a lot of silence too, enhanced by the eerie soundscape. The music was composed by a band called Goblin, who also did the music for Dawn of the Dead. Most of their music is heard in the European version of Dawn of the Dead, which was overseen by Dario Argento. So there, we came full circle. Let's get back to Suspiria. It also adds to the surreal quality that all the actors' voices are dubbed, no matter what language you watch it in. None of the audio that was recorded on set was used in the final product. It was common in Italian filmmaking at the time that all actors speak their native languages. So here you have Italian, German, and English-speaking actors all working together, and later they all get dubbed in one language for each country the movie gets distributed to. It's the same thing that happened with my favorite Italian film of all time, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Suspiria is an almost impossible movie to describe. I mean, look at it. It's a fucking work of art. Just see it for yourself, watch it alone late at night, and get creeped out of your damn mind. Most seem to hail Suspiria as Dario Argento's masterpiece, his opus, but I personally like Inferno just as well. It invokes as much of that surreal nightmare quality, fueled by vivid colors. But still, Suspiria will always be the one he's best known for.
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
Misery from 1990 is based on the Stephen King story, one of his best book-to-screen adaptations. It was directed by Rob Reiner, who I first knew from Spinal Tap, and then discovered how diverse his career is. The plot centers around a writer named Paul Sheldon, played by James Caan, who's driving down a snowy road when he loses control and crashes his car. He's rescued by a woman named Annie, played by Kathy Bates, who won the Academy Award for Best Actress. I thought it was near impossible for horror movies to win awards, but of course nobody calls Misery that. It's a dramatic thriller.
See what you made me do?
Well, Annie just happens to be an obsessed fan of Paul's work, and also happens to be completely batshit insane.
I don't want her dead!
She's unhappy that he killed off the main character of his novels, so she holds him captive and forces him to write a new entry in his long-running Misery series, which he has grown tired of and exhausted of ideas. People are searching for Paul, but most of the world presumes him to be dead. Crippled and helpless, Paul is trapped with Annie and has no other choice but to write.
I love you, Paul.
As the tagline so eloquently puts it, Paul Sheldon used to write for a living, now he's writing to stay alive. Stephen King seems to be speaking directly about the pressure of writing, or more generically, of a working artist's constant pressure to show results of his work, to churn out finished products to please the demand of his fan base. That's something I can relate to, but not everyone can. You only know that lifestyle if you've been there, but even if you haven't, I'm sure Misery helps convey it in its own dramatic and exaggerated way.
Oh my goodness.
I can't work on this paper. See, it's carasable bond and it smudges.
It does smudge after all. Anything else I can get while I'm in town?
The paper will be fine.
Are you sure? Because if you want, I'll bring back the whole store for you.
For a film with such a simple premise, it works amazingly well. Most of it takes place in one room with two actors, one who spends most of the time stuck in a bed. Sometimes it's the most minimal things that work best. You so badly want to see Paul get himself out of this predicament, but the odds are so against him. The tension is almost unbearable. Kathy Bates is phenomenal.
I go out of my way for you.
How she switches between being kind and gentle to downright monstrous. She is well deserving of the award. It's such a simple film that I can't go on talking much more about, or else I might ruin it. This is the type of movie that's almost too good for Monster Madness. It is a horror film, but it's so much more. All I can say is, just see it.
How could you?
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness!
Poltergeist. Possibly my favorite trauma movie.
Yeah, possibly mine as well. Up there for me for trauma, obviously Toxic Avenger, and I love Terra Firma as well.
Oh, that's a good one, yeah.
So
I like the crazier the better.
yeah, pretty much.
Poltergeist is pretty crazy. I don't even know what to say about it. It's completely nuts. The way I best remember is just highlights, just moment after moment after moment.
It is one of those movies.
So what are your favorite moments from the movie?
My favorite moments from the movie, okay, well, let's get this out of the way right off the bat. The shit scene.
Oh, there is a epic shit scene.
I mean, it's maybe one of the craziest, funniest shit scenes in any movie.
The guy just shits himself. It's like an atom bomb, like in the bathroom.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! It's
just
so disgusting.
The walls are just covered in
so
shit,
gross.
and like, I mean, that part definitely sticks out in my memory. Another part that always sticks out in my memory is there's the chef or the cook, and they get in a fight with like a mop or something, and then the mop ends up going through up the guy's ass and then at his dick, and then he's got his dick hanging off the end of the mop.
Well, you didn't even mention that he's like he's like fucking a chicken when
like
it starts off, and then like the broom goes through his ass and through his dick.
This movie is so good.
Oh my god! How about in the beginning, like right off the bat, they don't even waste any time. Like an undead arm grabs underwear that a guy's holding.
Oh, in the
like,
beginning,
through his mouth, and out his ass.
Yeah, that's a great scene. And people are probably like, well, what's the plot? let's back up, because we're just mentioning particular scenes, and there's a ton of great scenes that we got to talk about. But the plot, what is the plot of this movie?
It's at a fast food joint, and basically these undead chickens are hatching and turn people into undead chickens, and it's basically like it's a big stab at fast food industry, and it'll make you never want to eat fast food again.
Yeah, it's like they made the grossest fast food place that you can possibly imagine, and yeah that's exactly what it is. It's actually, the movie does have a point to it.
Basically,
but it's absolutely fucking crazy, and there's a lot of great characters. There's a lot of music in the movie.
There's a lot of it's almost a musical.
It really is. I think it is a musical. It's a horror musical comedy, and my favorite scene though in the movie, the one that stands out the most is the shit scene. But my favorite scene is the whole ending. The chicken massacre. Oh my god! If you ever want to see a crazy scene in a movie, I mean, you literally have chicken people invading a fast food joint, and they're just the human, I guess, characters in the movie are fighting back against the chicken people, and the shit that happens, they're
like chickens are hatching out of guys, breasts.
Yeah,
and
then like chickens are coming out at like nipples, and like faces are being torn off, and like chickens are eating faces, and just I don't even know how to describe
chicken
it.
monsters making out with people, and like there's blood and there's slime and there's snot and shit and like whatever.
There's so many great gory practical effects that it's amazing.
And that whole scene at the end when everything's going nuts, it's a lot like this scene. There's a couple scenes I can think of that are like it. It's along the same vein as Gremlins, when they're in the bar and then in the movie theater, where like all the Gremlins get together and they're all just going nuts.
That's
it's
a good
big
analogy,
party.
yeah.
And it's also a lot like From Dusk Till Dawn, when they all become vampires in the bar, and then the whole bar is like just going nuts. It's like one of those scenes, basically.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I don't even know what to say. This is this is a movie that everybody should watch. It is
not everybody.
I mean, not everybody, but everybody who's into like horror comedy should check it out.
Yeah,
because it's just nuts. It's one of the craziest movies I've ever seen. And Trumbull makes a lot of crazy movies, but I think this might be the craziest.
Yeah, I mean, Return to Nukem High, the new ones, they're pretty crazy.
Oh
too,
my god,
but,
that talk about beginnings. That movie's got a beginning.
Oh yeah, and a middle and an end.
Yeah.
The production of Poultrygeist was a nightmare, and they which a lot of independent films of that magnitude are, but Poultrygeist, Lloyd's recommended it a lot too. He's always said like, oh, you got to see the documentary on there, and like it shows what it was really like, and
the documentary feature on the DVD it's amazing. It shows what filmmaking is really like for an independent company, not like a Peter Jackson, Hollywood production, but for something low budget. Like that's what it's like. And when you watch that, when I saw that, I was like, yeah, that's kind of like what it's like at Cinemassacre. Oh. I feel like that, like it was different, but it was very much a lot of the things that happen in that. I feel like we've been through the same shit.
Be,
and
not quite that bad, but
not that bad, but like I highly identified with that bonus feature.
Oh, making the nerd movie, there were days when it was a nightmare. There were days when it was fun, but there were days when it was an absolute nightmare and everything was going wrong.
I mean, I've been involved in a lot of your productions and shoots and things, and by watching that just reminded me of so many things that we had gone through, and it is it's really a labor of love, the whole process, because you got to go through such turmoil, just to have this funny, crazy thing show up on the screen. But the things that you have to do to make that, and the documentary explains that so well. So on top of the movie itself,
Poultry in Motion.
Poultry in Motion. On top of the movie itself, you should also really watch that. It's great. It's one of the best filmmaking documentary shorts that I've seen. Yeah,
it's good. You take for granted all the stuff that goes into a movie. There's a great quote by Bruce Campbell where he says, "The harder it is to make, the easier it is to watch."
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
Today I have some real horror history for you. I've always noted how Cabinet of Dr. Caligari from 1920 is probably the most influential horror film of all time, with a magical villain controlling a sleepwalking zombie to carry out his evil deeds, a slasher body count, a world depicted through the eyes of a madman, a monster carrying off the girl, and a finale on top of a building. But after finally seeing The Monster from 1925, I have to say this is right up there with it, at least close behind. It is the origin of two of horror's most cliched subgenres, the old dark house and the mad scientist, and it just happens to star Lon Chaney, the first ever legitimate horror movie star. It was directed by Roland West, who also made The Bat and The Bat Whisperers, which gave some of the inspiration for Batman. The plot of The Monster is simple. A detective enters an asylum while investigating a disappearance. He meets the deranged Dr. Ziska, played by Chaney, who's captured his girlfriend to use in his crazy experiments to transfuse human souls from one body to the next. Soon, more people end up getting stuck in the asylum and caught in the doctor's mad web of terror. It's not that easy to define exactly what makes an old dark house movie. It isn't quite the same as a haunted house movie, but the two do overlap. In an old dark house, there aren't necessarily ghosts or anything supernatural, yet the house has an ominous feel. It's always a dark and stormy night. Sometimes there's secret passageways, there's always tricks going on, there's a random assortment of different characters who are all trapped there. There's always an element of humor too, and usually any supernatural elements get explained as being a hoax, the Scooby-Doo twist. There were in fact some haunted house movies before this, and certain elements of the old dark house existed before, but this is the first time all the elements fully manifested together. Technically, there were earlier examples of mad scientists, especially if you count that there was a film version of Frankenstein in 1910, but the exaggerated portrayal of the scientist wasn't done before in this way. Lon Chaney, who is usually under heavy makeup, gives a hammy performance, evil and sinister, yet injecting comedy into it, much like a 60s Batman villain. And the laboratory, hidden within the house's dungeon, is the archetype of all mad scientist laboratories. The first time I ever saw images from it was in the classic intro for TNT's Monster Vision. Do I recommend the monster? Honestly, I don't see modern audiences being able to sit through it. It's one of those things everybody will say is too campy or cheesy. It is very cliché, but this is the movie that originally made it into a cliché. Is it a great movie? No. Do I recommend it to everyone? Not at all. But as a piece of history, it's a must-see.
Monster Madness! Have you ever heard of Candyman?
No.
Candyman. We're not talking about Willy Wonka here, we're talking about one of the most iconic horror villains of the 90s. Based on a story by Clive Barker, the film is set in Cabrini Green, an area of Chicago that was full of poverty and organized crime. It centers around a college student named Helen who comes to the area researching the legend of Candyman for her thesis. Candyman is a ghostly killer with a hook for a hand that is said to appear when you say his name 5 times in a mirror.
Candyman?
Candyman.
I remember hearing about the legend before I ever heard of the movie. Kids in school were talking about it. I distinctly remember one of my friends telling me that somebody did the Candyman thing in the mirror and died. Sure enough, one of the school bathrooms had a mirror missing and there was a hole behind it. Nobody ever wanted to go in that bathroom. Giving the movie an urban legend kind of feel helps to localize it and make it seem like anybody could meet their own Candyman. Candyman's backstory is a violent and cruel one. He was the victim of a racist mob. After falling in love with a plantation owner's daughter, his hand was sawed off and he was covered in honey and stung to death by bees. As a ghost, he's a similar character to Freddy Krueger, where the fear of him is what keeps him going. The urban legend itself is what gives him his power.
Do you believe in me?
The story of an undead character who wants a human sacrifice is very much like The Mummy, how he wants to take Helen into his realm.
Come with me and be immortal.
It also reminds me of Phantom of the Opera because he's a character who lives in his own underground world and can be grotesque but somehow alluring.
Surrender to me now, and he shall be unharmed.
The plot takes many more twists and turns, which I won't spoil. The urban setting is excellent because it's so grim and real. It's a place that's neglected and falling apart. A gothic horror film would be characterized by castles and crumbling ruins, but Candyman has a look that modernizes that, it's contemporary and enhances the film in its own way. Tony Todd is great as Candyman. Just looking at him standing there is so imposing and badass, just like seeing an image of Dracula with his cape. It's immediately classic. His booming voice sounds like it's not coming from his mouth, but instead somehow going straight into your brain.
Be my victim.
The music is unnerving. It conjures up a feeling of dread. Watching the movie from start to finish is an experience that is deeply disturbing, not by grotesque shock value, but by emotion. This is one of the essential horror films of the 90s. In a decade that was all about spoofs, when everyone was making fun of horror films and the movie industry was almost embarrassed to try to scare us, Candyman is a legitimate scary movie. Okay, this time we're going to talk about a topic, really a strange topic. I'm more opening up the question, not really attempting to answer, but just kind of to get some discussion going, is what is horror? Now, not like what is horror as a definition, because, you know, a lot of times the definition is kind of like, oh, it's a movie that's scary. Like, that's usually the simple thing. But taking individual movies and kind of think, like, well, where do you draw the line of, like, what is actually in the horror genre?
Specific movies, are they horror or are they not?
Yeah. Now, I mean, horror as itself, I mean, can you define it really?
I think you just did.
Pretty much. I guess that's usually what people say. But I think it's really scary. Depends on the time period. And, you know, we've talked about that before, or not. I don't know. But
or not.
Yeah. That it just depends. What was scary back in the 30s is not scary now. You know, things.
Yeah.
Horror is something that's always changing and adapting to the state of the world.
That's true.
So that's what I think. I think horror movies are all in their own times. But then when you compare something from the past with something now, sometimes it doesn't really fit horror. Like Hostel is a horror movie.
Sure.
But Dracula, more like you could say it's a supernatural thriller. Or, you know, it's like you could kind of, it's hard to group two things that are so different, but you could kind of count horror as this huge broad category, or you can kind of make it real specific.
I mean, that's really interesting to think of Dracula as a supernatural instead of horror.
I think even back then, because I don't think they called them horror back then. I think people would usually say thriller or like
thriller. Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe they did call them horror, but I remember hearing something about Boris Karloff saying that he didn't agree with horror. That he said they should be like thrillers. But you know, that's just what the term. That's what the generic.
Well, if Karloff said it, then that's it.
Yeah, but there's supernatural thrillers, there's psychological thrillers, there's like, you know, really horror has so many different sub horror, you know.
That's true. I know that the first Monster Madness video you ever did was The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari.
Yeah.
And I always thought of that more, it's like a German expressionist movie, and sure, it's like almost like a Tim Burton film or something like that, or, you know, Tim Burton was inspired by that. But I always thought to myself, is that horror? Cabinet of Dr. Caligari?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's horror for that time, for sure.
For that time, right.
I mean, it has all the cliches in it that became horror movies. So it's like where so many horror movies started.
Right.
You know, a hypnotist controlling, like a villain controlling like a sleepwalking zombie, and the monster carrying off the girl, going up onto the top of the building. And like even people getting stabbed, there was like a stabbing, but it was like in silhouette. It was a shadow on a wall.
I feel like this day and age, or like at least when we grew up, if you would ask just a general person, like what is horror or what is a horror movie, you know, separating from a thriller or a mystery and all that, so people would say like Leatherface, like a guy with a chainsaw going around cutting people off, like a slasher movie. You know, but there are so many definitions of what can be horrifying. Yeah. You know, situations that you can be in, like being stuck in a cave or being stuck on a ski lift and being frozen. Yeah. You know, there's a million things that can be horrifying. You know, it doesn't have to just be a guy stabbing somebody with a knife.
Yeah.
So I think we should go down a list of specific horror movies and see if they're horror or not.
All right. The Thing from Another World.
So you're not talking about the 1982 movie. You're talking about the one from the 50s?
Yeah.
Okay, The Thing from Another World. Well, I would say that lends itself very much towards the science fiction side because you have a UFO. And you have these guys who find this, you know, being from outer space, and you know the ice melts, and then this thing's going around, and it's killing. But then it starts killing people, and they have to fight it. So that's kind of like a half and half. It's like a half science fiction, half horror. I would say that movie, to me, is more on the science fiction side than much more so actually than horror. Although there are definitely some horror elements. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd say it's more on sci-fi. Yeah, it's more on sci-fi than horror.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sci-fi on that one.
Now, what about Alien?
The
first
That's
Alien.
interesting. I'm gonna go with horror for Alien because it's a horror movie. It's just set in space. You know, just because it's in space doesn't automatically mean it's science fiction. You know,
the science in the movie isn't as much, addressed as much as the horror in it, I don't think.
You know, if anything, I would say that movie might even be suspense more than anything else. Because when I watch that movie, I'm just like, holy shit, holy shit.
It's pretty horrific.
Yeah, it is horrific
coming
too.
Out the chest and everything.
It is.
Yeah. I think it's really in between.
I would say it's a suspenseful horror movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A horror sci-fi. Yeah, definitely in the middle. Yeah, haunted house movie in space. Oh yeah, did a review that, which I think we'll be posting in an edited form, in a rerun fashion. But if you want to see my whole extended review of Alien and the whole Alien franchise, definitely check it out on Cinemassacre.com. I get into all that in depth. Silence of the Lambs.
What do you think?
It's about a psychopath that stitches together or cuts the skin off the backs of young women and fashions them together into a skin suit, and a cannibalistic doctor who acts like a snake.
That's horror.
It's horror, but they don't like to call it horror because it's an Academy Award-winning suspense thriller.
Yeah, that's a horror movie. Yeah.
Jurassic Park.
Okay, Jurassic Park. This is my opinion, is that the movie has horror elements, but is overall a science fiction movie because you're talking about, the whole thing is about cloning. They're cloning dinosaurs, and that's like genetics and cloning. That's all.
It's a science experiment.
The whole thing's a science
experiment gone wrong.
Now, definitely the dinosaurs coming after people, ripping people apart, and all that. That's definitely horror. I'm not denying that.
The goat's leg landed on the window. All the shock moments where something jumped.
Absolutely.
The arm. Remember when she grabs the arm and she got the severed arm. And
yes, but the concept of the movie is science fiction.
Yeah, it's definitely science fiction. The novel's very sciencey, but it is horrifying too. There are like monsters.
It is. There's scary parts, but for that one, for me, I'm gonna say it's science fiction. What would you say? Would you say it's a horror?
It's both. It's more science. I think the science in it is so strong to the plot.
Yeah,
I'd put a little more to science fiction.
Yeah.
Frankenstein.
Oh, gee, that. I've never really thought about that before.
It's the same. It's a science experiment.
Everybody right off the top considers Frankenstein a horror movie. I mean, that's like the horror movie, of horror movies. But if you really think about it, that's another one that's a science experiment more so.
Same as Jurassic Park.
That's very true.
It's the original Jurassic Park.
Honestly, it's probably more of a science fiction.
When you think about it,
with horror elements to it.
Yeah.
I mean. It's more, you know what's horrifying about the movie? Not so much the monster, is the villagers going after the monster. They're the fucking horrifying ones.
Yeah.
You know? Because, like, what did the monster ever do to anybody? He's playing with some little girl by a lake and with, like, flowers and stuff. He accidentally does something to her, but he didn't mean it. And it's really...
He's a tragic kind of character.
He's a tragic character.
Misunderstood.
Yeah, I'm going to lean more towards science fiction on that one, I hate to say.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Even though it's
even
so much grouped in the horror thing, but
maybe that's why Boris Karloff felt that way, because he was Frankenstein and he was the monster.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So Godzilla.
Oh wow. Giant monster movie.
I know.
I mean, that's not horror. It's got horror elements.
For sure.
But that's a different genre. I say that's giant monster.
Yeah, but there's so much about the oxygen destroyer bomb. It's really about the science of it, and
that's true.
It kind of questions the
It's very heavy on science fiction.
It questions kind of like what do you think the scientist who invented the atom bomb was thinking? And when you invent something so destructive, like when does the decision come to release this to the world or to hide it. And this is the guy who decides like the world should not have this bomb,
Mm-hmm.
but there's a fucking giant monster that's killing everybody. So
he agrees to use it once. And
yeah,
then, right.
and like when you see all the people in the hospital in the movie and everything, and like you actually see the destruction,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, and I think this is only in the Japanese version. There's a part where there's a mother and her kid, and she's holding the kid as the buildings are falling. She says, you know, soon we'll be with your father, and that's really heavy stuff.
Right.
Like that really is a horror movie when you think about it.
That's true.
It's also science fiction.
Yeah, that's another one it's multi-genre.
Yeah.
You know.
Eraserhead.
Weird.
Yeah, I first heard about that movie in a horror book. It was a book that had like horror movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a weird kind of. I think it's horrific, but it's not horror. I don't know.
Like abstract. Like I don't even know what category to put that in.
Requiem for a Dream.
I've never seen that.
I'd say it's horror, but it's a movie. It's probably the most effective movie about drug addiction that I've ever seen.
Okay.
And it's one of those movies you only watch once. If you ever get a chance, check it out. But you'll see it, and you'll probably only want to see it once. But it's really good. It's like, oh, it's really horrible. It's disturbing, but it's great. Like it's really well made. But
generally, what's the basic idea of that?
Oh, well, it's basically just, it follows like a bunch of different people, and it's just like each one has their own story about how they're dealing with some kind of drug addiction. There's always some kind of drug part of each story, and it's just really, I can't even explain it really without just, you know, ruining it or making it sound stupid, but it's really well done. It's really disturbing, and to me, that's a horror movie. That's a true horror movie without it being in the horror genre, you know, like it doesn't have monsters or there's nothing, you know.
Right.
Taxi Driver. Somebody brought that up to me recently, actually, and I kind of see, at first you think like, well, that's not a horror movie.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Then you think about like, but then you watch like, even in the beginning of the movie, I think it comes right off the bat, where he's driving the taxi, and he's, you know, you're seeing the city through like this blurry windshield, and everything looks all shitty, and he's talking about how the city's all scum and somebody needs to flush it all down the toilet, and it's like, I think it's just like the world that it paints is like it's like a horror world almost. It's just a bad place, and kind of what horror movies are about sometimes, being in a place that's bad.
Yeah.
Now it's not like a foggy cemetery, but it's
kind of like The Descent. It's about the place.
It's kind of like a realistic horror, just kind of like just a city that's run by crime and all kinds of bad stuff's going on. So that's basically, so I can kind of see that, like, okay,
yeah,
maybe a horror.
I mean, that's a bit of a stretch to me, but yeah, I can see it. I guess.
Schindler's List.
Oh, well, geez.
Pretty horrific things happen, you know.
Yeah.
But it's like,
I mean, that's based on
it's like real
life,
and real life is pretty horrific.
Yeah, you know? I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about
like there's kind of like made up horror, and then there's just like straight up real horror.
I mean, definitely horrific.
Yeah. So, Mommy Dearest.
Well, I'm scared of her.
Yeah,
she's fucking scary. I mean, I would not want to be. I don't think anybody would have wanted to be those little kids stuck in that house with that crazy Mommy Dearest. And you know, she. To me, that's a horror movie, definitely. Because you're scared shitless of her the whole time, and you imagine yourself being in that situation with her. Yeah, that's a horror movie. Yeah, absolutely.
I agree.
Yeah.
Passion of the Christ. I haven't seen it. I gotta admit, I haven't seen it.
I didn't think you'd throw that at me.
All I know is,
I had no idea you were gonna throw Schindler's List and Passion of the Christ at me in these lists. How about Follow That Bird?
Passion of the Christ. It's basically a torture scene, like the whole
like
movie.
Saw.
The whole movie's a guy getting tortured. What happens in Saw? What happens in Hostel? It's a guy getting tortured.
Okay.
Passion of the Christ.
All right. Yeah, sure, horror movie.
And I know I'm kind of fucking around a little, but seriously, that's pretty horrific, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, one last one, just to end it. Jack and Jill. with Adam Sandler.
I mean, it's horrifying to me. I thought that's what he was doing. Like all his movies were just horror movies.
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
Little Shop of Horrors is a low-budget comedy from 1960 directed by Roger Corman. It centers around a young man named Seymour who works at a florist shop. The shop is run down and doesn't get a lot of business. That is until Seymour grows a special plant that resembles a Venus flytrap. Everybody comes to the shop to see this new plant, but the problem, only known to Seymour, is that the thing lives on human blood.
Blood? You like blood?
At first, he's able to feed it by the drop from his own fingers, but as the plant grows, so does its appetite.
More. But I'm already anemic.
Seymour accidentally hits a man with a rock, causing him to get run over by a train. While it was a complete stroke of bad luck, Seymour decides to feed the body to his plant.
Feed me!
That's the basic gist. You can see where this movie is going. It's what you'd call a dark comedy, something that audiences didn't see a whole lot of back then. Sure, there were already lots of comedy horror films like the numerous Abbott and Costello movies and even Warner Brothers cartoons. The mixture of laughs and chills has been commonplace, but the way in which Little Shop of Horrors deals with the death of certain characters for the sake of humor was an odd type of its own. It's also very slapsticky and cartoonish.
Feed me!
What'd you say?
Oh, I'm a ventriloquist.
You're a what?
A ventriloquist. Feed me!
It's not a great movie by any means, but it has kind of a humble vibe that makes it likable. True to its title, it is a little movie. It was shot very economically in only a few days, with multiple cameras shooting simultaneously like a sitcom. For such a little movie, it's surprising to see such a big league actor like Jack Nicholson show up, playing a masochist who likes going to the dentist.
I rather enjoy it myself, don't you? Oh my God, don't stop now!
All he's got is a cameo, but he's the highlight of the picture. He just comes out of nowhere. Of course, this was before he was famous, even before Roger Corman's The Terror, but since the film fell into the public domain, tons of home video distributors released it, promoting Jack Nicholson, just so people would buy the movie and then find out he's only in one scene. Jonathan Hayes, on the other hand, who plays the main guy, is still best known for Little Shop of Horrors. Then you have Dick Miller, who's been in lots of B movies, and eventually A movies, like The Terminator and Gremlins. Even though he always has a small part, you can't forget him. The idea of a giant killer plant was a pretty neat concept for a monster. Basically, just take a Venus flytrap, make it bigger, and have it eat people. It may actually be the first movie monster of its kind. There were some written stories beforehand that involved man-eating plants, but this was the first to popularize it. At first, this movie didn't make a huge impact. It had a cult status which grew gradually, and by the 80s it seemed to have a huge revival, being the basis for the piranha plants in Super Mario Bros. It was made into a musical in 1982, and in 86 the musical was adapted into a big-budget film remake starring Rick Moranis, a brilliant casting choice. It was directed by Frank Oz, the puppeteer and voice of Yoda. The 86 version is one of those instances where the remake is actually better than the original, with amazing special effects and production design. If you see it, make sure you see the original ending.
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
Okay, Human Centipede. Yeah. This is a movie I heard about when it came out, and I hadn't seen it until a few years afterwards. But when I first heard of it, I just thought to myself, like, okay, well, that's just like, how disgusting can you get? If anybody knows the concept of the film, it's about a guy who.
I can't wait to hear you describe
Yeah, well,
this.
it's about some kind of crazy doctor who stitches together a bunch of people, mouth to anus, and calls them the human centipede.
Right.
And I thought, when I heard that, I was like, okay, well, that's just like ingeniously disgusting.
Honestly, it sounds like your kind of movie, because you're always doing things with shit and poop and stuff. So what's the problem?
But not that. This is like a torture kind of like thing,
Yeah, it is.
And it's funny that the term torture porn, like I never really quite understood the porn part of it. It's more torture, but
there's definitely a sexual aspect to it. I mean, they're all like naked, and the whole thing is very just fucked up. It's a very fucked up movie.
Yeah, but I heard the idea and just thought, okay, well, that just sounds like complete shock value. They're just going to just try to shock you, and that's it. And then when I saw it, I thought, you know what? It was actually done pretty well. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh no, I can't believe it. I can't believe that this actually turned out good.
Yeah, I mean,
for what it is, it's not like it's not.
I felt the same way about Saw, actually.
Okay, which we may or may not have gotten to already.
Yeah, both of these movies, I felt like I heard about them beforehand, and everybody was like, "Oh, they're so fucked up," and I felt like, "Oh, it's just people getting tortured the whole time." And Human Centipede, actually, I found it enjoyable. Like I like the story.
I wouldn't say enjoyable, but
I mean, enjoyable in terms of I thought the whole thing was just going to be torture and it was going to just be awful. Yeah. And at least there was a little more to it than that. It's more about the psychotic doctor in the movie, and I thought it was interesting.
The idea is actually very simple. There's 3 tourists that get a flat tire, and then they have to stop at this guy's house, and then he drugs them all and tortures them, and does surgically joins them and does the whole Human Centipede thing. So it's very simple the way it is, but why exactly is it good? It's just
because it's disturbing. I think, and like you watch a horror movie, like it horrified me. Yeah, like the thought of somebody capturing you and doing that to you, it's a horrifying thought for sure.
Yeah, the villain, he has a great look, first of all, and he's like trying to be really scientific and everything, but he has a temper too. So he's just a very frightening character.
Have you seen the second?
No, I mean, if we want to get to the second, I have not seen it, but I know you told me you've seen it.
Just briefly about the second. The second one is even more messed up than the first one, because at least in the first movie, the guy's a doctor. He's a surgeon, I believe. In the second movie, it's a guy who watched the first movie, and he's not a doctor, and he tries to do all that shit, but he's doing it with like hammers and like just the worst tools, like using screwdrivers and stuff. At least the dude in the first movie was an actual surgeon. So that was one of the most fucked up movies I've ever seen, the second one, and I do not recommend it.
I refuse to watch it just because I don't think Human Centipede needed a sequel. Like, why does everything need a sequel? Why can't it just be a good idea? It was a one-time thing.
That's a problem these days in general with horror movies. And I even heard, this is probably just a rumor, but I heard that they were doing Human Centipede 3, and
I heard
from a rumor I heard that the doctor, this is probably not true, but the rumor I heard was that Brent Spiner was going to be the doctor.
Oh, really?
Which would be, he always plays like a mad doctor, and like, he was like in Independence Day and stuff like that.
See, if this were scripted, I would have done the research, but I think that movie's out.
Like, is it?
It might be.
Okay.
I think I remember reading about it being like it played already at a festival. I don't know. I forget.
Okay. Well, I'm going off like year-old.
See, if this was scripted, I would have known. And if we looked it up, we'd know it just like that. But but I remember hearing that rumor too. Yeah. But what's good about the movie is that it's not as gory as you'd expect. A movie about a guy who stitches people mouth to anus, you'd think it'd be like, okay, it's just really graphic and gross, but it's actually more disturbing emotionally than it is like in your face. Like the 2 girls who are stitched, they're still friends even though they're joined together, and the way that the doctor refers to the whole thing as it's the Human Centipede, as if it's like one unit. Like he kind of like isn't thinking of it anymore as if it's 3 individual people stitched together. He's kind of considering it as one whole thing because it shares the whole digestion system now. And that's really creepy. That's really fucking gross. And it's like there's nothing Halloween about this movie. Like Halloween is fun. This is Halloween to me, but this movie is just like straight up horror. This is real horror. And it's kind of reminiscent of like all the medical
like
torture.
you feel like
from,
there's no fun aspect to it, like the Wolfman and Dracula and Frankenstein and all that, those kind of, and Freddy Krueger, all those kind of like villains.
Yeah.
That this movie doesn't really have that sort of appeal to it at all.
Yeah. Like all the World War II medical torture and things that happen. Like it's really like it's kind of reminiscing on things that are just really real and serious.
Would you consider the surgeon, the doctor in the movie, like is he comparable to something like Dracula or Freddy Krueger, but a modern day version of that? Because when people saw Dracula back in the day, they were terrified of that. Mm-hmm. And you know, and Leatherface, a character like that, think of the things Leatherface did when that movie came out. People were offended by it.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's more like along that. Yeah.
I feel like it's a modern day, you know, version of one of those. It's super fucked up. Yeah, but you know what? People thought that about those other movies that I just mentioned when they came out. So I don't know. I don't know if it's comparable or if the line has gone so far that it's not even like a. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Yeah,
like when does it become like, you know, horror? Wasn't it go from like kind of fun, you know, horror?
Right.
Like, and what was once fun wasn't that terrifying? I mean, even back then, Dracula, Frankenstein wasn't scary when World War II happened, because that was all in the 30s, and then once the war was happening, then everything sort of became a little more like fun. In the movies were more about escaping the real world and not, you know.
But I mean, from what I've heard, when people saw Dracula in 1931 when it originally came out, it scared the shit out of people.
Before that, yeah. Like in Ed Wood when he's saying like, oh, I had to sleep with the lights on for like a week. Like that was what people, you know. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I also like how there's a lot of parts in Human Centipede where there's no dialogue, because the characters are all stitched together, and the one who is in the front is Japanese, and he's speaking Japanese, and the doctor's speaking German, and then the people in the back, you know, can't speak because they're all
their mouths.
Yeah. So it's like there's a lot of like they don't understand each other, and that was really a great idea. And you know that Roger Ebert gave this movie no stars? He said it was the only time he gave a movie no stars because this movie exists in a world where the stars don't shine.
Oh, well, that's a good quote.
Roger Ebert.
Yeah.
And have you seen the South Park episode, the Human Scent iPad?
I haven't. No.
Oh, it's a great one. It's you know how Apple always sends those updates, and then they have to read the agreement.
Oh, I know.
Like they send the agreement like every week, like, oh, read our terms again because we changed something else. Well, nobody reads that shit. Well, in the episode, they put something in there where they're allowed to join you all together into the new Scent iPad.
Okay.
So it's like that's basically the concept.
I want to watch that now.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a really gross one, but yeah, it's good. Anything else about Human Centipede?
It's disgusting. Check it out.
Yeah.
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
Silence of the Lambs was based on the Thomas Harris novel, which was actually a sequel to his novel Red Dragon, which was made into the film Manhunter, and then again as Red Dragon. So technically, the film Silence of the Lambs is a sequel, which means it's one of those extremely rare cases when a horror sequel wins an Academy Award. It has a busy plot, which concerns a young FBI agent in training, Clarice Starling, played by Jodie Foster, who's on the trail of a serial killer known as Buffalo Bill, who murders women. The reason he kills them is because he wants to cut the skin from their backs to fashion into a suit to wear.
What's the fucking lotion in the basket?
He's one sick dude. To find clues to Bill's whereabouts, Clarice asks the help of his doctor, Hannibal Lecter, who's in prison and is just as insane, if not more insane than Bill. While Bill gets under your skin physically, Lecter gets under your skin psychologically. He's highly intelligent, but just happens to have an appetite for human flesh.
I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
The best part of the movie is Hannibal Lecter. There is no question about it. The character is deranged, sophisticated, clever, and sneaky. Anthony Hopkins knocks it out of the park. His performance is mostly done through the bars, confined in the prison cell throughout most of the film, but somehow still holds power overall. He rules the movie. Even though Finding Buffalo Bill is the main focus, I was never as interested in him as I was in Hannibal. Every time Hannibal is on the screen, I can't take my eyes off him.
You use Evian skin cream. And sometimes you wear lead tone. But not today.
Hopkins went on to play Hannibal again in the sequel, Hannibal, which was probably the worst sequel I've ever seen to such a high-profile film, and a second adaptation of Red Dragon, which was okay. Since then, other actors have carried on the role, as in Hannibal Rising and the Hannibal TV series. Even though the character Hannibal has become the focus in the pop culture, Silence of the Lambs is still a standalone excellent film. You take the character out of that film, and it never worked as well. It won the Academy Awards for Best Picture, Director, Actor, Actress, and Screenplay, amongst being nominated for others. It's one of those rare times when a horror movie gets such mainstream praise, and that's right, I called it a horror movie. They always want to call it a thriller or a suspense film because it's above that. Yeah, sure, it's about a psychopath who stitches together human skin and a cannibalistic doctor who acts like a snake. Honestly, with Monster Madness, I often like to dig up more obscure films to recommend them and expose them to wider audiences, but the thing with Silence of the Lambs, mostly everybody's already heard of it, so there's nothing I can do to give it more exposure than it already has. All I'm trying to do is make a statement that Silence of the Lambs is a horror movie. Hannibal Lecter is a movie monster, possibly the greatest movie monster of our generation. The point is, there's good horror movies and there's shitty horror movies. Just because a horror movie is good doesn't mean you have to strip away the term horror from it, because that's equating all horror to shit. A horror movie winning an Academy Award? God forbid. And by the way, Roger Corman is in it.
Paul Krendler's over here from Justice.
Cinemassacre!
When I first heard of Shaun of the Dead, I figured it would be just some silly zombie parody. The title is just a dumb spoof of Dawn of the Dead, but it's more deserving than that. It came out in 2004, right about when zombie movies were becoming ridiculously popular again. The plot is basically about a guy named Shaun, played by Simon Pegg, who's living an ordinary, mundane life and trying to win back his girlfriend. But then a zombie apocalypse happens. This could have been just another zombie movie, but it's so well executed that I would even say it's in the top 5 zombie movies ever made. It's clearly influenced by the George Romero movies, and even though it's a comedy, it has the same spirit as the Romero movies, centering around ordinary people reacting to a zombie crisis and trying to survive. Dawn of the Dead already compared mall shoppers to zombies, but Shaun of the Dead takes the idea and runs with it, or should I say, walks with it. Here everybody's made to look like zombies before they actually become them, so they're already halfway there to begin with. Even after they become zombies, Shaun doesn't notice at first. There's a long tracking shot where he crosses the street, goes into a store, buys a soda, then crosses the street again, and just happens to casually walk past at least 5 zombies. Simon Pegg's acting is very convincing. He's able to make it look natural to walk by a bunch of zombies like an idiot without looking like a total idiot. There's lots of long takes, and also the opposite, lots of quick shots. There's times when the editing is so fast and rhythmic, with machine precision, that it seemed like they edited while using music to keep time.
Take care of Philip. I'm so sorry, Philip. Then we grab Mum, we go over to Liz's place, hole up, have a cup of tea, and wait for all this to blow over.
This is a technique they perfected with Hot Fuzz, where it seems like they must have had a metronome running throughout the entire editing process. There's plenty of swish pan cuts.
Gather round.
Yep, they really love their swish pan cuts. You could say it's overdone, but that's part of the fun of this movie. It's sort of like trying to be the Citizen Kane of zombie films, with tons of creative camera angles and editing methods. It really is a movie that's all about technique, which makes it a field day for film students. One of my favorite little gags is the TV broadcasts cut together to form a sentence.
As an increasing number of reports of serious attacks on people who are literally being eaten alive.
I was also surprised how great the special effects are. For a comedy that could have easily gotten away with cheap effects, they go for the real deal. Nick Frost, who plays Sean's roommate, is also very likable. They make a great pair, almost like a buddy action film, but instead of kicking ass, they're at first totally inept at taking down the zombies.
Now what?
They appeared together in more films, mainly the Cornetto trilogy, all directed by Edgar Wright. This includes Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and World's End. So, Cornetto? I had to look it up. It's a brand of ice cream. See, we don't have that in America. It's an ice cream that appears in all three of those movies. The flavors represent green for aliens, blue for police officers, and red for zombies. Yeah. Shaun of the Dead, good movie. Check it out. The 70s was an unholy decade for horror films. First there was The Exorcist, and then The Omen. Both center around a young child and involve evil supernatural powers. The child in The Omen is a young boy named Damien who's switched at birth, deliberately by a group of Satanists. Damien is supposedly the son of Satan, and it's all part of an elaborate conspiracy so that Damien can grow up under the custody of Robert Thorne, a wealthy political leader played by A-list actor Gregory Peck. Damien is being watched over by an evil nanny, while Robert is always being approached by a raving priest who's trying to warn him about Damien.
I saw its mother.
You're referring to my wife.
Its mother, Mr. Thorne.
This is blackmail, then come out and say it. What is it that you're trying to say?
His mother was a devil!
There's also this nosy photographer who's been going around snapping pictures and starts accumulating a bunch of evidence to support what the priest says. Then a bunch of bizarre deaths take place. Robert and the photographer go off on a big investigation to find out what really happened at the hospital and to discover the origin of Damien. As anyone would know from the beginning, he's the son of Satan. Big surprise. The film is 1 hour, 50 minutes. For a horror film that long, it doesn't feel complete. It feels like the setup to a horror film stretched out. But I suppose that's the point. It's meant to build up a lot of suspense, only to leave you hanging at the end and leave the rest to your imagination. Damien barely does anything, but the movie isn't really about him. It's more about the circumstances surrounding him, which lead to his rise of power. The problem I have is that the movie assumes you already know what the son of Satan is capable of doing, and I say, show me. There is another famous film, Rosemary's Baby, which predated The Omen, and it's a similar conspiracy story about a woman who is somehow secretly impregnated by Satan. It's just like The Omen, where the entire movie is the setup. Somehow, this kind of subject matter about devil childs really connected with audiences. Rosemary's Baby, The Exorcist, and The Omen were all big-budget mainstream successes and all won Academy Awards. It's a biased industry that just happened to be fascinated with these kind of movies and really took this devil shit seriously. That's not to say it isn't a good movie. It's competent, well-made, well-acted, the location cinematography is gorgeous, but it's very talky and slow-paced. There are certain scenes that I think are amazing, like early on there's a birthday party going on for Damien. The movie's off to such a slow start, it gives you the chance to get bored, to let your guard down, and all of a sudden, this happens.
It's all for you!
It comes out of nowhere. A very effective shocker. I also really like the moment after the priest talks to Robert for the last time. A powerful windstorm starts raging on, and the priest runs for shelter. It's a very foreboding scene that caps it off very nicely with another over-the-top death. I also have to mention the head decapitation, which is so off-tone with the rest of the movie. The effect is great, but the way in which the glass cuts the head so perfectly clean off is just fucking laughable in contrast with how serious the rest of the film takes itself. For me, it's a movie about highlights, great individual moments, even though I don't share the same level of enthusiasm for the overall film as much as everyone else. I must mention it was directed by Richard Donner, known for Superman and Lethal Weapon. At last, the music by Jerry Goldsmith is fantastic. It's one of the most evil, haunting scores ever composed for a horror film. It won the Oscar for Best Original Score and was nominated for Best Original Song. The only time I can think of where a song with lyrics that say in Latin, "Hail the Antichrist," was nominated. You'd think there was a conspiracy of Satanists behind the movie industry.
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
Okay, we're going to talk about the future of the Universal monsters, the classic monsters. Now, we know that in film, that Universal has been talking about making more remakes of the monsters.
Yes.
And I guess the term remake, I guess, is becoming so out of fashion now, I guess, but they're kind of going to do some new version of all the monsters, and it's going to be like a shared universe type of thing, inspired by the success of Marvel.
Avengers and all that.
Yeah. Now, it's been delayed. I don't even know what the current status is, because we're shooting these videos kind of in advance a bit, but it's been delayed. I don't know what's going on with them at the moment, but initially it was implied that they wouldn't be straight up horror movies, but more action oriented, which ticked off a lot of people, because a lot of people wanted to see a more like classic, horror. But then they've said so many conflicting things, because when Dracula Untold came out, which I think was last year.
I was confused by that, because I thought that maybe that was part of this.
I think even Universal might have thought that. I forget, because I think it seemed like that was going to be the start, and then that movie sucked. And then
they were like, "Oh, that's not the start."
Yeah, oh no, that's a really. Yeah, exactly. Now,
don't worry, we're gonna start soon. Once they have one coming out and it's a hit, they're gonna be like, "This is the one we're starting with."
So the Mummy they've been saying that the Mummy is going to be the first.
Yeah, until that bombs, and then they're gonna tell you that's not the first one.
No, really, we're doing another.
That's the first
one.
Mummy. There's another Mummy coming later. Yeah.
So basically, like, nobody knows what's going on with all that shit. But here's the thing. What do you think of the monsters being in some kind of like action thing, like something that isn't like
at this point in time, I'm fine with it, because it's like, listen, if you ever want to see the great Universal monster movies, you can always go back and watch the originals. So it's kind of like, and you know what, they're never gonna top those, and they're never gonna be able to recreate what Bela Lugosi did and Boris Karloff and all that. It's not gonna Lon Chaney Jr. and like those are classic movies that will stand the test of time forever. By the way, those are my favorite movies of all. Like, I love those movies, and it's weird to not pick, because a lot of people will ask, "What's your favorite movie?" and my answer to that is the Universal monster movies. It's not
as
just
a whole package.
As a package,
they're definitely up there for sure. It's so hard to like. When it comes to favorite films, that's a whole other thing. It's kind of like, I have individual films that are my favorites, but as those whole monsters things, like, it's one of my favorite things ever for sure.
And I don't have a problem with this whole thing coming back and them doing like this, making it more action oriented, because it's kind of sad, because you know what? I was just down in Universal Studios in Orlando, Florida, and they got all kinds of things going on there. They're building like a whole Nintendo world, and they got Harry Potter going on. And I walked through the Universal Monsters section, and that was the deadest part of the park, I felt like, I was so sad by that. And when this happens, if it's successful like Avengers is, I think that will bring the monsters back, and it would renew the interest in the monsters, and then maybe more people from this generation might be interested enough to go back and watch the original movies, and maybe it will garner in a new generation of people to watch again the original movies and get them to love it again, because like I said, those are my favorite movies of all time, and I think that it's sad that there's so many people that won't watch a black and white movie.
Oh, that's pathetic.
This day
It's
and
really
age.
sad. Yeah.
And because those movies are very slow paced, but it's like, you got to get over that. It's kind of like drinking Jaeger.
I think myself, are they slow paced?
It's like
it doesn't seem slow
the first time you
to me.
ever drink Jaeger, it's like, oh god, this is disgusting. But if you have a bit, you're like, all right, well, it's not so bad.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. They're slow paced, but get over that. Like, it's they're fantastic
they're
movies.
Beautiful looking movies.
They're beautiful.
But I'll say what I think of the whole action version too. But also, since you're on to that, I actually want to jump ahead to the main message, really, which I was going to say at the end. But I think the most important thing, they need to get the classics on TV more, because every time at Halloween, you turn on AMC or something, what do you see? Halloween Part 5.
Some shit
Friday
movie.
the 13th Part 5.
Right.
It's like, it's just all this kind of stuff with commercial breaks and censored.
It's like this generation thinks of Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees as the classics, but it's like, no. I mean, I like them too. I like Michael Myers and Halloween and Leatherface, and that's great. But that doesn't. That you don't just have that. That comes along with Frankenstein and Dracula, which everybody's forgotten.
That
about.
might be like Bronze Age horror. This is we're talking Golden Age horror. They need to show them on TV, because how else are you going to see them and be introduced to them? And it's you would think like every Halloween, Charlie Brown, the Great Pumpkin's got a show. There's like every Christmas, you got to show the Grinch. The original animated one.
Right.
And it's kind of like, I feel like those movies, Dracula, Frankenstein, The Mummy, like all those, they should be playing them every Halloween. Those should be traditions. And you're more likely to just see them in the grocery store on a cereal box. People don't know where
what's coming from. You're seeing Boo Berry and you're seeing Frankenberry, and it's like people haven't watched Frankenstein.
Yeah,
a lot. Most people that are sitting there eating Frankenberry have not watched Son of Frankenstein, and they should. And
you know what? I do have to say, Turner Classic Movies, they do show them sometimes. Not a lot though, and I feel like it probably is some kind of thing with Universal, probably some kind of licensing issue, or maybe not an issue, but it might just be like Universal wants more money for it. It's something. There's some reason why those are shown less often than shitty horror. And right. I don't even just mean newer shitty ones. I mean even older shitty ones. You'll see what's an example? You'll see
Slithus.
You'll see the Devil Bat with Lugosi or something like that, like something more minor, you know?
They'll be playing Kingdom of the fucking Spiders with William Shatner or something, overplaying Dracula. Are you kidding?
Yeah. I mean, Turner Classic Movies was showing Billy the Kid versus Dracula the other year, and I was like, well, that's funny to see that again. I mean, it is a Turner. I remember they showed it on TNT 20 years ago, but they got to show the classics. Now the action thing, the whole thing about how they're talking about they're going to reboot the monsters in an action thing. I don't even know if that was even true. I think it was kind of people thought they compared it to Marvel because of the shared universe thing. They might have assumed, the monsters are going to be superheroes. Now, actually, tell you the truth, I think they should do straight up horror. They should have some kind of serious horror remake of them at some point, but I don't think there's anything wrong with making a superhero version of the monsters or some kind of action thing, because there's so much you can do with the classic monsters.
I mean, if you want to talk about what I think they actually should do compared to what it's gonna be, I mean, you know what? If they can make a movie where all the monsters are fighting each other and it's this big, huge spectacle the way Avengers are, you know what? Go for it, because people will like it and enjoy it. Yeah. Do I think that that's the best thing that they can make? No. Yeah. But if that's what's gonna bring back the monsters, then
bring them back together. Let's see something we haven't seen. Let's see a whole movie of the Mummy versus the Wolfman. Something like that, and then do Dracula versus the Invisible Man or something. Like, just do everything and then put them all together in one thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, with if they're say they are kind of like a comic book kind of thing, you know that Marvel did a whole bunch of comics, way earlier. You know, Tomb of Dracula. You ever hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Werewolf by Night, The Living Mummy. They actually did like whole things about those classic monsters and did a whole series with them. So there is so many things you can do with the monsters.
Because now that they did like Ant-Man and stuff like that, are you saying that like there should be some kind of Universal Marvel team up or something?
You mean if Marvel was doing? Yeah, I mean if Marvel did them, and if they couldn't come to an agreement with Universal, I suppose they could just do it as The Living Mummy and not The Mummy. Or
I feel like there's no chance of that happening because
Mm-hmm.
now it's like Marvel, Disney, and then there's Universal, and then there's the Universal. That's too separate.
Well, I mean, you can make a movie about Dracula. Like it's a public domain kind of.
Oh, if you want to look at it like that, but
you can't do the Universal.
Yeah.
Like if it's a werewolf, you can't call it the Wolfman. I think it has to be a werewolf.
Right.
Like
And what we're talking about specifically is the image of Boris Karloff and like the classic like Lugosi looking Universal monsters.
Yeah, and if it's Universal, it kind of has it's the official stamp. It's like that's the way there was one called Van Helsing a while back, and it actually I have such mixed feelings about that because it was so much like they were trying to do a really fun Universal movie. It begins in black and white, and they have Dracula, they have the Frankenstein monster, they have all of them in there, and it's a big, crazy, fun action movie. But there's something about it that just didn't click, where it just kind of felt like just some shitty, 2000s movie with a bunch of CG.
Honestly, I mean, I hate to say it, but I feel like I would be surprised if they pull it off and it becomes a big success, because it's just like the Universal monster characters are just, they're not really all that popular anymore in comparison with things like Batman and Superman. And there's a reason why something like the Avengers is popular. It's because those superhero comic books are popular, and they have been. So it's like people want to see those movies like Thor and Spider-Man and Batman and all that kind of stuff. And the Universal monsters, they're not that. That's not what they are. And it's like, I don't know how any of that's going to play out. I hope it does. I hope they're able to make it into something awesome and amazing, but I don't see how that can work really. Because like Dracula, I mean, I guess you're talking about they're going to be fighting. Like Dracula's going to be fighting. What are those movies going to be?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows yet.
Yeah, so.
It's just like so up in the air. But just to give you an idea, I came up with 2 ideas that you could do with the Universal monsters. 2 outrageous ideas that, like, just to give you an idea, you could do so many things. Like, here's like this is something like you do as like the 100th idea. Like after you've done a bunch of
okay.
Like, all right, you know how the Muppets have done lots of different things where like Muppets are in space, or Muppets are like Christmas Carol Muppets.
Right. There's like there's like a pirate.
Wasn't there a Wizard of Oz Muppets where like they're all different?
I think there was at some point. Yeah.
Well, here you go, Wizard of Oz with the Universal monsters filling in as the different characters. Here you go. Ready? So Dorothy, we'll have like a monster kid in that part, like a kid who's a fan of monster movies. You know how there's always like it's usually a young boy in a lot of those movies that's like in Fright Night or Monster Squad. There's always a kid who has posters in his room of all the monsters.
Yeah,
and he's got action figures.
There's a lot of horror movies like that.
And usually the people around him are not into it. It's like he's kind of like the outsider, the weird one. Like, how Dorothy, she's kind of not happy with her life, in Kansas. She's kind of like bored and everything. Yeah. Well, this kid, he, something happens and he fantasizes about going on this adventure with the monsters. It's just like Wizard of Oz. She has this whole fantasy. I think it's supposed to be a fantasy. I mean, it's sort of like a dream thing going on. But I
Dorothy
guess
going to Oz?
You could say she really went to Oz, or she just hit her head and had this crazy dream.
Well, that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah.
I mean,
debating on Wizard of Oz, which happens, But that's the great thing about Wizard of Oz, is you could see it either way.
Right.
But anyway, so Dorothy this monster kid goes to this land, and he meets, the Scarecrow will be the mummy in this version.
Okay.
Right? The lion is the Wolfman. The Tin Man is the Frankenstein monster. The witch is Dracula. That'll be like the evil one, okay, you know? And then the wizard, well, of course, it's Dr. Frankenstein in his castle because he's giving out body parts, you know, a brain, a heart, you know,
that
all
makes
that kind
sense,
of stuff.
right?
So the only thing I haven't figured out yet is which monster is looking for what kind of organ. Like, you would think maybe the Frankenstein monster, maybe he's looking for a brain. But then wouldn't maybe the mummy would be looking for the brain? Because you know how when they would take the brain out when they would mummify people? So maybe the mummy wants the brain.
What kind of monsters are the Munchkins?
Well, I mean, I didn't get into every single monster yet, but they'll be all Dwight Fries.
Critters?
The critters, yeah. So anyway, that's the Wizard of Oz version. They're all going on a journey to the castle laboratory of Dr. Frankenstein.
Okay, I like that.
So there you go. Now here's another one. Here's another one that basically, and this is the last one we'll end the video with.
Yeah.
My favorite film of all time. It's a mad world.
Okay.
Okay. Imagine if you took that movie. I mean, first of all, that movie needs to have some kind of big revival for this to even happen.
Oh, wait, a road trip with the monsters?
A road trip with all the monsters.
Ooh, I like that.
Now,
that's funny.
Basically, see, this is so crazy. I wrote this down.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to say all this right now because there's too much to get into, but I went through the whole cast and I tried to figure out like who would be who if you were to remake that movie with
people want to know what James does with his time. This is what he does.
Yeah, I mean, look, I got all this stuff going on. So basically, all right, whoever's familiar with the movie, like the concept, there's a bunch of characters all on a race to get to a hidden stash of money. So it's a treasure hunt. Now, I haven't figured out what the treasure is yet, what the monsters all want, because it has to be something that every one of them wants. But anyway,
what do all the monsters
want? But that's kind of like, you know, the MacGuffin. That's the thing where it's like it could be anything. So all the monsters are on this road trip, and it's like there's cars and there's everything. It's present day. So they're all going to get to the treasure.
Now I'm wondering like what they would want, because I'm thinking like Dracula.
Yeah.
Well, he would want blood, but the Wolfman. Wolfman would probably want blood too, right?
Yeah, but don't get too preoccupied with that. Yeah, I thought about that, but you know, it's like right now it's just all about, because the movie Mad World, it's like it's just a bunch of set pieces put together. It's like, oh, this happens and that happens. So it's like it's just one crazy thing to the next. Do you remember when Jonathan Winters gets tied up at the gas station? And he's all tied up, and then he goes nuts and he breaks loose.
Yeah, that's the Wolfman.
It's definitely the Wolfman. Yeah,
because the Wolfman's crazy
but
like
he's
that.
not the Wolfman yet. Right in this scene, he's Larry Talbot. And what does Larry Talbot always say when he's tied up?
I'm the Wolfman. And
you don't understand. You don't understand. I turn into a wolf. And of course they don't believe him. But then when he turns into the wolf, he bites himself out of the ropes, and then he starts, you know, smashing everything, and it turns into a big thing. The character of Sylvester, you know, the whole movie he's defending his mother. He's like, "What do you say about my mama?" You know, the whole movie, that's all he's about, just defending his mom. Well, it's got to be Norman Bates. You know, don't talk about my mother.
I mean, is he going to be? I feel like Norman Bates is not going to be part of this whole like Universal.
Well,
monsters,
here's the, you know,
like
I have to explain something. There is that Norman Bates. I did a movie, I did a video recently, or a few years ago, I think, about where I was rounding up all the Universal monsters, like what gets counted.
Yeah.
Norman Bates, I counted because it was filmed on the Universal backlot. It was filmed on Universal. It's released on Universal Home Video. If you get the DVD, it says Universal, but apparently that movie, when it came out, it was distributed by Paramount. I didn't know that. How could you even blame me?
Yeah.
So there's like debate if Norman Bates is a monster, but you know, you also got to get Maliva, the gypsy woman, in there too. And I thought that was kind of a debate in my head where she could play that mom character, because you know how she's this.
Oh, okay.
You know,
the Ethel Merman.
Yeah, the Ethel Merman character. But you have all this stuff going on. Oh yeah, the scene. All right, the scene where the Crumps, you know, Sid Caesar and Eddie Adams, they're stuck in the hardware store basement.
Right.
And then remember when everything starts blowing up because they're locked in the basement with all these paints and everything. And then he's like trying to do all these things to blow up the door. And eventually it turns into like sparks are shooting out and everything's blowing up. That's obviously Frankenstein, the Frankenstein monster and the bride.
Yeah.
You know, so it's both of them in there. And it's a laboratory. It's like they get stuck in a laboratory. So it's all the test tube bottles and all the machines blowing up. It's just like one of those classic scenes. And then just to blow everybody's minds, the way the movie ends is all the monsters get onto a boat. And like everybody's there, like Creature from the Black Lagoon and Renfield and Igor, every single Universal monster is like on the boat, and like maybe it's like a treasure on, like a pirate treasure on a boat or something they're trying to get.
Yeah.
But they're in the water. And all of a sudden, Jaws comes out and starts biting the boat. So Jaws shows up. Jaws is Universal, so Jaws shows up.
You know how in a Mad World, the Three Stooges are in there? Well, I think that in Dracula, he's got his three girls. I think the three girls would replace the Three Stooges. Now I'm thinking.
You're stretching there, yeah, but that's what this is about. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff.
So let us know what you guys think the MacGuffin would be.
Yep.
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
You know Roger Corman, the king of B-movies, who's directed over 50 films and produced something like 400. Well, he retired from directing, even though he still produces. The last film he directed was in 1990, Frankenstein Unbound, a strange take on the classic Mary Shelley story. The story focuses on a scientist played by John Hurt who comes from the year 2031. While experimenting with some kind of weapon that creates rifts in time, he ends up transporting himself and his fancy high-tech car back to the 19th century.
Access mainframe.
So it's kind of like Back to the Future mixed with Frankenstein.
Jesus H. Christ, where am I?
No record of a middle initial for a Jesus Christ, Dr. Buchanan.
He meets Baron Frankenstein, who's played by Raul Julia.
No hands. The digits change shape. Are they filled with mercury?
A scientist from the future who meets a scientist from the past. There's many ways this could go, but the most unlikely thing of all happens. Mary Shelley shows up. Now that's a paradox. How can the author of Frankenstein exist in a movie about Frankenstein?
This says Mary Shelley.
That'd be like if in Jurassic Park all of a sudden Michael Crichton drops in. Well, it turns out Mary Shelley is in the middle of writing her book, and she is taking inspiration from real events. In real life, there's been many attempts at connecting the Mary Shelley novel to real people, like Joanne Dipple, who is rumored to have robbed graves and experimented with corpses, and happened to have been born at a castle called Castle Frankenstein. The first time I ever heard of any real person was Luigi Galvani, who experimented on dead frogs using electricity to make their muscles twitch. Well, anyway, in this movie, it's point blank. There's actually a Frankenstein who makes a monster, and it all happens while Mary Shelley is alive. And she happens to be writing the events almost in real time as it unfolds. The scientist gets himself involved in the whole thing, helping Frankenstein create a mate for the monster and getting into bed with Mary Shelley. What's up with that? So a bunch of crazy shit happens, they all end up in the future, and the monster gets fucking blasted with lasers. What the hell is going on with this movie? I can't tell you. The plot had a lot of potential. It was a great idea to add time travel to the Frankenstein story, but there isn't much of a payoff. Believe it or not, Frankenstein Unbound was based on a book. I don't know how much it differs, but I'd imagine the translation from page to screen just didn't work. The production value is high, the monster doesn't look bad, the actors are good, the story is ambitious, but somehow it all goes wrong.
An abomination in the eyes of God.
Still, I can't say it isn't entertaining. You can't go wrong with lasers. Yeah!
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness!
Yeah, I own the world. An empty, dead, silent world.
Last Man on Earth is a 1964 survival horror film set in a post-apocalypse. A plague killed off every known human being except for the last survivor, Robert Morgan, played by Vincent Price. The corpses of the dead reanimate themselves and are all hell-bent on killing Morgan, so he has his hands full trying to find food, shelter, all while using his survival tactics to defend himself from the undead. This sounds familiar, right? Night of the Living Dead, which came out later, is the one everyone, including myself, has always praised as being the first zombie movie of its kind. But take a look at this. Did I just blow your mind? Even weirder, the movie takes place 4 years into the future, 1968, the year Night of the Living Dead came out. It's true George Romero had taken zombies to a new height and paved the way for a whole genre. Every zombie movie to this day is basically ripping off George Romero, but Romero was taking some elements that were already existing. The first zombie movie was White Zombie, 1932, but those zombies were mindless slaves and didn't have an appetite for human flesh. In 1959, there were at least 2 movies that dealt with aliens resurrecting the dead for world domination, Plan 9 from Outer Space, and Invisible Invaders, where aliens from the moon hide in human corpses and lumber about like zombies. The word zombie wasn't really in fashion at the time. In Last Man on Earth, they aren't technically zombies, they're vampires. The movie explicitly calls them that. They can't stand sunlight, Morgan fends them off with mirrors and garlic, and impales them with a wooden stake. Even though they walk like zombies, they're more intelligent and can talk.
Morgan! We're going to kill you, Morgan!
So basically, before our famous traditional Romero zombies, there were voodoo zombies, alien zombies, and vampire zombies. Yeah. The film is slow-moving, especially since it has one lone character. A great deal of it is shown in flashback while other people are alive, but the majority of it is Vincent Price acting alone, which you have to give him a lot of credit for carrying so much of the movie on his own. Movies depend so much on whether the actors are any good. If this were anyone else, this could have been a huge bore, but with Vincent Price, you can't go wrong. I wouldn't call it a magnificent film, it's more like a minor classic that is often overlooked. I won't overhype it, I'll just say it's worth checking out, mostly for curiosity's sake, because the whole zombie dystopian apocalypse genre owes so much to it, and it's public domain so you can find it anywhere. It was based on the 1954 novel by Richard Matheson, but the novel was called I Am Legend. It was remade in 1971, starring Charlton Heston, titled The Omega Man, and again in 2011, starring Will Smith. This time they finally honored the title of the book. I do understand why they called the first adaptation Last Man on Earth, because it's much more descriptive. But here's something that always confused me. In 1959, the first Twilight Zone episode aired, Where Is Everybody? It's about a man who finds himself all alone and searches the town for signs of life. There's a scene where he finds a rack of books titled The Last Man on Earth. It makes me wonder if the film Last Man on Earth took its inspiration from that episode, and strange enough, author Richard Matheson actually wrote many Twilight Zone episodes. Last Man on Earth was also the title of a 1924 film, a 2011 film, and a 2015 TV series. So, a word of advice, if you're making a movie about a man who's the last on Earth, call it something different, like, Final Surviving Person on the Planet?
Cinemassacre Monster Madness.
Okay, Saw. What do you want to say about Saw?
What do I want to say about Saw?
Yeah.
What I want to say about Saw is that I had not seen this movie until this year. Believe it or not. And the reason is because for years and years and years, ever since Saw came out, I had always heard, oh, Saw, it's just like all a bunch of torture and that kind of stuff. And it is. There's a lot of torture in the movie. But, I mean, I've always been more of a fan of... I love the old Universal horror movies. I love, Dracula, Frankenstein, all that kind of stuff. And I'm more of a fan of, what you don't see is more terrifying than what you do, because what your mind can imagine, your mind will create more horrifying things than,
Which Saw does. Yeah.
It does. So then I finally was like, you know what, all right, I'll see the movie. So then I watched the movie. I liked it a lot. And it was total bullshit of what I thought. Yes, there's
torture porn.
Yeah, torture porn. I thought the whole thing was just going to be this horrifying thing of people getting tortured, but there's actually a really interesting story. It's more like a murder mystery type of movie. And you know what I have to say about it? I didn't know that fucking Cary Elwes was in the movie, and I love him. He was in The Princess Bride, one of my favorite movies back from the 80s. Had I known that he was like the star of the movie, I would have watched it a long time ago because I love him. He's a great actor.
Oh.
So
yeah, it's really more of a mystery thriller than it is a gore movie. Even though, I mean, gory things happen in the story, but they're not really shown in detail. It really was more about the story. And but it did kind of come at the beginning of the torture porn craze, like when like Hostel and all that stuff came later.
Okay.
Like that's kind of like it sort of, I think it may have been one of the first movies where that term started. Like, I don't know. I never understood the term. I don't get the porn part of it. I understand torture, but...
Because the audience, people are getting off on the idea of torture. It's not that it's pornography.
Oh.
It's like, oh my God, I love to watch people get tortured so much. It's like watching porn. That's what that means.
Interesting.
You know, and I like gory movies too. Like, I kind of, like we were talking about, like Poltergeist. There's a ton of gore in that movie, like gory special effects, and like that's, you know, I mean, that's not torture, that's just gore. But the kind of people that like to watch, you know, somebody getting tortured in a movie, it's like pornography. It's torture pornography.
I don't know if anybody would like seeing somebody get tortured. I think you want us to see a movie that gets.
I probably didn't explain it.
I know, but that's fine.
You understand?
There probably are people who get off on everything that could exist. So
yeah.
I don't know, but
and I don't mean literally like getting off.
They're getting off on.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, but I know. But anyway.
Yeah.
So basically, it's two men in a room most of the movie. They wake up chained to pipes. And each one's given an audio cassette player, which has a message from their captor. And one guy's a doctor, and he's told to kill the other guy, or else his family's gonna die.
You know what it's like? It's like something one of the Batman villains would do to Batman.
You know,
he's like trapped in one of his situations, and it's like then there's a message from the Riddler, you know, or something like that. That's what it seemed like to me.
Yeah, you know, if you want to talk about what it's like, actually, like the villain Jigsaw and the things that he does. I mean, he's basically a slasher villain who doesn't kill people. Like, he makes them kill each other or whatever happens. But there are a lot of predecessors to this that it kind of may have been inspired from. Is there's the Abominable Dr. Phibes, which I've talked about on Monster Madness before.
Right.
Basically, Phibes, played by Vincent Price, he kidnaps the son of one of these doctors who I think was responsible for, or the doctor who failed to save his wife or whatever, and from a car accident or whatever it was. So he has a container full of acid, which he's ready to pour down and kill on the guy. But the only way to turn off the trap is to find the key. And the key is implanted inside the guy's chest or whatever, near his heart or whatever it is. And so the doctor has 6 minutes to surgically remove this key before the acid falls. So that was something that Dr. Phibes did.
You feel like Saw is in some way a remake?
A little bit. I mean, it takes some ideas
extent.
from that.
Yeah.
Karloff in The Man They Could Not Hang is kind of like that, where he sets up all these different traps for people. So yeah, it's not entirely original, but it kind of put it all together and made it into something. It made it into a franchise.
Right. Absolutely.
Just an evil mastermind.
How many of these movies are there now? Like 8? Or
they made 7 years in a row. So
7.
One came out every Halloween for 7 years, which is the most consistent horror series ever, as far as that goes.
Wow.
I only watched up to 3, but I thought 3 was so bad that I didn't move on after that.
I heard the same thing, that 3 is not that good, but I heard 4 and 6 are really good, and I want to watch more. I've only seen the first 2.
To be 100% honest, I actually like the second one the best. I love that Tobin Bell as Jigsaw was in the second one more.
The second one's really entertaining. They get trapped in that house and everything. Yeah.
I just love that it's more about the villain. The second one, I think, goes more into his character and why he does the things that he does. And you see him, and there's more screen time. He has more acting to do in the second movie than the first. So he's a villain that he thinks he's giving other people what they deserve.
Yeah.
And also, he's pointing out their flaws. He's putting them through this puzzling game of torture. And he terrorizes them psychologically more, as well as just,
I mean, I kind of like the idea of the fact that part of what he's doing is that he's making people realize, how important it is to be alive and to appreciate life.
Yeah, because he's dying. He's dying of cancer.
Right.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
Yeah. Like, he says, like, in the second one, he's like, I'm already in so much pain. There's nothing more you can do to me. So I think there's something great about dying villains. Like Darth Vader, one of the greatest villains of all time, is basically like a wounded villain who is like being kept alive by respirators and stuff. So it's like there's something about that, something really deep rooted about some kind of major injury to a villain, and then that kind of motivates him to do what he does and become more evil than. But he doesn't see himself as evil. He sees himself as like he's giving these people what they deserve. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
It's done really well. That's why I like the second one more, because of the villain.
Yeah, it actually really motivates me. I want to watch the rest of the series.
Yeah, I would like to get past, because I got to 3 and it was like nothing but just like close-up brain surgery and like graphic violence the whole time. I think it was just a complete gore movie, and I was like, okay, well,
and that's probably more along the lines of what I thought the first movie.
Yeah, it was just crap. I thought it was like there was nothing more to it. It was just to gross you out the whole time. One little trivia thing about Saw, the first one, was that how there's lots of cutaways, how like every time they're always kind of talking about things that have happened before, and they're always kind of like going out of order. Yeah, the reason why a lot of that happened was because they had only 18 days. I think it was a $1.2 million budget, which wasn't a lot for like a big Hollywood movie like that.
Not at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, they had to get the movie shot as quickly as possible, and they didn't get all the coverage they needed of like the 2 guys in the room. So they didn't have every angle that they needed of it. So basically, to cut the movie together so that they could keep the continuity was like they had to keep cutting away to other things. So that's why the movie kind of became so all over the place. But then that became kind of like a style. So the way it came about more like an economic reason, not like an artistic.
Oh, really?
thing. Yeah.
That's actually really interesting. I had no idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Like a lot of surveillance footage. Like a lot of times it would cut to just the camera.
Yeah, they do that kind of stuff a lot. Yeah.
Great movie. Saw. I do like the second one more. I should watch them all again at some point. Watch all 7.
Yeah, I definitely am planning to watch the whole series. But as far as just the first movie, it's definitely worth seeing. It's not what you'd think. I guess Hostel. Have you seen Hostel?
I haven't yet, tell you the truth.
Okay, well, I don't want to talk about a movie if I haven't seen it, but yeah, it's not what you'd think. It's more of a mystery, murder mystery type of thing. There was a lot of like police drama involved in these movies, and there's like a lot of cops and detectives.
Oh, Danny Glover. We got to mention Danny Glover. Every single scene, I always think he's gonna say, "I'm getting too old for this shit."
I'm getting too old for this shit.
There were just so many parts in it where like something's going on and you just see it in his face and you're like, oh, he's gonna say it. Oh fuck, it's not a Lethal Weapon movie. Shit. Carrie, released in 1976, was directed by Brian De Palma and based on a Stephen King novel. I keep forgetting how many Stephen King adaptations turned out so great. It's the story of a high school girl with telekinetic powers, the ability to move things without touching them.
We're all sorry about this incident, Cassie.
It's Carrie!
She doesn't just come out and terrorize people with these powers. She's not an evil horror villain. She's an otherwise normal, shy girl and is more like the victim.
Creepy Carrie! Creepy Carrie!
She's pressured and tormented by the kids in school.
You eat shit.
And mostly by her strict, over-religious, cruel mother.
And he was weak. Say it.
No, Mama!
He was weak.
The mother is fucking insane. She physically abuses Carrie and locks her in a closet. We sympathize with the character who is already going through the regular emotions of teenage life, but is given such an unnecessary hard time in addition with it. She almost finds her happiness, and we so eagerly wish things to turn out well for her, but everything builds up into a mean joke. I don't want to tell you too much of the film's climax, but it's this final act which it's so famous for. Basically, she's set up as part of a sick prank by her classmates at the prom. Driven and pushed to the edge, she flips out and unleashes her full power. It's incredibly disturbing. It's a shame that the guy who asked her to the prom was actually being sincere, but it's the horrible kids that bring out the worst in her. You legitimately feel bad for the character and are helpless to watch the full tragedy unfold. Like I said, I don't want to reveal too much, but the ending is so well known. Even if you haven't seen the film, you've probably seen screenshots of Carrie covered in blood, which is on the front of the DVD and some of the posters. The entire film works in building up to this scene. We get to know her so well beforehand and of her troubles that by the time we get to this point, we're already emotionally invested. And then it's like witnessing an apocalypse. Sissy Spacek was nominated for an Oscar for Best Actress, and Piper Laurie for Best Supporting Actress. It's crazy to think that in 1976, The Omen and Carrie were both in the same award ceremony. What happened? Good year for horror, I guess. Anyway, Carrie is deserving of its recognition. It's the kind of film that you only need to see once, and it will stick with you for life. It's a totally unique kind of horror film. It's simple, it's straightforward, but it's done extremely well. Highly recommended.
Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
The Last House on the Left from 1972 was one of the most graphic, disturbing horror films of its time. Before Texas Chainsaw Massacre and not too long after Night of the Living Dead, it was the product of two horror minds, Wes Craven and Sean Cunningham. They first worked together on a film called Together and formed a team. Afterwards, a studio gave them a budget of about $90,000 to make a horror film. Craven wrote and directed while Cunningham produced. It's interesting to see, even if just for the fact that it's where these two careers got started, who eventually brought us such iconic horror villains as Jason Voorhees and Freddy Krueger. The film went through many name changes, including Krug and Company, The Men's Room, which are some of the worst titles I've ever heard, and then there was Sex Crime of the Century, which could have worked. It had the great tagline, "To avoid feigning, keep repeating it's only a movie," although the tagline was already used in William Castle's Strait Jacket and Herschel Gordon Lewis's Color Me Blood Red.
You must keep reminding yourself, it's just a movie. It's just a movie.
The plot is about as grisly and realistic as it can get. Two girls are on their way to a concert. They frolic through the woods, all happy and at peace. They try to buy some marijuana from a stranger, and next thing, all of a sudden, they're locked in a house with a bunch of psychopaths where they're tortured and raped. The following morning, they're thrown into the trunk of a car and are taken out into the woods where they are tortured and raped even more. It's absolutely horrible. A true horror film by definition. The low-budget look gives it a very authentic appearance, almost like watching found footage. It's so disturbing that the film was censored and even banned, particularly in the UK, and many different edits exist to this day. The characters are all very convincing. They aren't as over-the-top as some other horror movie psychopaths. They can compose themselves and act normal when they want to, which makes them more terrifying because they're fully aware of what they're doing. I think the most memorable character is Junior, who slightly resembles Larry Fine. Even though he's part of the criminal gang and is even the one who got the girls in that predicament, he seems more innocent, like he doesn't belong, and has some kind of hope of redemption. He's almost likable and even funny. In contrast with the unsettling nature of the film is the silly music, which doesn't fit at all.
Feeling the world closing on you.
I don't know why this type of music was chosen, and it's not some stock music that they bought. Someone actually composed this specifically for the film. It's my hunch that they were trying to be ironic and going for some kind of dark comedy, because it keeps cutting back to these two police officers who are as useless as tits on a bull.
You're out of gas, you idiot.
They play the parts in a slapstick humor type of way. This is not the kind of movie that should have had comedy relief. It's not like the police officers affect the plot at all. They're just a side tangent and never cross over with the main events until the very last second when it's all over anyway. Isn't that what always happens? There's a part where the criminals all show up at the house of one of the girls they were torturing, and the parents unknowingly let them spend the night. It happens out of nowhere, but there's something about seeing them all sleeping in one of their victims' beds that sticks with me. Whether it's dark comedy or not, there's something there, an opportunity that didn't really reach its full potential. I don't want to give away everything that happens, but somewhere toward the end, the plot takes a 90-degree turn, which could have been written much better. Still, Last House on the Left succeeds in what it set out to do. It's one of the most effectively gruesome films of its time, and I'd say it's one of the essential horror films from the 70s. Wood panel walls, two-prong electrical outlets, how much more 70s can you get?
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
All right, this is more of a generic topic. It's just Halloween TV specials. And when I say Halloween TV specials, I think I specifically am talking about the 90s when TV specials, Halloween TV specials became a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you know how every sitcom would always have the Halloween episode every year?
Yeah.
And you always remember in those episodes when they'd have the house would be decorated. Like, it wouldn't always necessarily be something supernatural that happens in the episode. It would just be like Halloween is taking place at at that house
in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and it kind of helped make you feel like it. Oh yeah, it is Halloween, and as that reminder.
Well, with all those sitcoms,
yeah.
I feel like that all started with like the 90s sitcoms. I actually think it started
Roseanne.
I actually think it started in the late 80s with Roseanne, because Roseanne was actually started in like 87 or something like that. And I think their first season, they did a Halloween episode, and Roseanne did up the whole house in Halloween decorations, and the kids got dressed up and all that. And what I remember about the Roseanne, and they would do, by the way, they would do a Halloween special every year. I mean, I remember one where Dan gets dressed up as the ghost of Elvis, which I loved. And there was another one where he actually got dressed up like the Three Stooges, and he had like Larry Moe, or he was like Moe or something, and had like, Larry and Curly, and he was like slapping each other or whatever. And that was funny, but the first one, though, the first Roseanne...
That was my favorite of the Roseanne ones.
The first one?
The first Halloween special.
Yeah, that's the best one. It's the most kind of like authentic one. What happens? The funniest part,
it's all
basically,
just pranks. They're just trying to prank each other.
They're playing pranks on each other, and Dan gets dressed up as like Leatherface at one point and scares the shit out of Roseanne. She gets him back.
I guess it's kind of a hybrid of it's a little more Jason Voorhees because he's got the hockey mask, but they're just playing pranks on each other the whole episode.
But the part that was the funniest part of the episode that I thought, and I think most people thought, was when they had the kids come through the house, and they had little scary things going on through the house, and then they get to the kitchen, and then there's a pot sitting there, and they pull the pot off the top of the thing, and Roseanne's sister Jackie is under the thing, she's screaming, and the kids are like, oh, like they didn't expect it because they cut a hole in the table and her head is in it.
I still haven't done that gag yet in real life, but it's such a good gag. It's so simple,
and it was so good, and it was at that point it was a pretty original thing, and it was so funny. And what happened was the Home Improvement also did a lot of Halloween
actually, right
specials.
Before we get to Home Improvement, I just to say one thing about Roseanne.
This has to do with Roseanne, though.
Okay.
So they pull off the thing and you see Jackie's head. With Home Improvement, I think it's the first...
it's Al, right?
They do it with Al. Home Improvement totally ripped off Roseanne.
Oh, yeah.
And they also ripped off the idea of... Roseanne and Dan playing pranks on each other, going back and forth. Each one was trying to top the other one and scaring the other one. That came from Roseanne.
Yeah.
And Home Improvement ripped that off too, because Tim Allen and his wife were doing that to each other. So Home Improvement was a gigantic ripoff of Roseanne in terms of the Halloween specials.
Well, everybody, Roseanne is what we have to thank for the Halloween specials, for having started all because
you can look at it that way.
Yeah, because I mean there are earlier things which we'll get to later, but Roseanne actually was pushing to have the Halloween special because the network didn't want it. They were saying like, no, we're not going to have a Halloween special because Halloween, it was kind of like a little more like like Christmas but not Halloween.
Right.
And like I think they thought it was like satanic or something like that.
It's like how in the 60s they thought Spock was satanic because he had pointed ears. It's like the devil. It's like, are you serious? You can't have a Halloween special? Now that idea is ridiculous.
So
This day and age,
she
everybody
had
has
to
a Halloween
fight for it,
special.
and she was like, "Fuck you, we're having a Halloween special."
Roseanne's a hero.
Yeah. So then we had Halloween special, and then of course you had Home Improvement, which would basically do that same kind of thing, and then every sitcom was doing it. So that's kind of where it started, and you could see all the Roseanne Halloween specials on a DVD. They actually made a
box set
DVD
of just the horror.
Halloween just specials. Like a one. Well, I know there's just a one DVD, and it just has all the.
It's the Roseanne Trick or Treats or something like that. It's called
something like that. Yeah. But Home Improvement, just to go on that one, I love those too. As a kid, they all blur together. Like I just remember seeing them all at the same time because they would rerun it a lot and everything. Mm-hmm. But every season with these shows, they would always do a Halloween special. I mean, that's where it comes from with the AVGN. That every year doing a Halloween special. That's kind of like where it comes from.
You can thank Roseanne Barr for the Friday the 13th episode of AVGN.
Yeah, if you got a show, you got to have a Halloween special.
That's right.
I always loved how Tim would decorate his basement, and he did like a whole haunted house kind of basement thing. And you got to keep in mind, this is a sitcom, it's a TV show, and the production of this haunted house in his basement was so awesome. Maybe that has to do with that Tim is a big Maybe that has to do with Tim having a home improvement show, and he the show in the show, Tool Time, and how he was he would construct all that stuff himself, and he maybe had a lot of money from the show. But the way I interpreted that as a kid was I was just kind of like disappointed that my own haunted house, I couldn't get it to look that good as on the show. And I'm like, oh, but if he could do it, why can't I get it to look that good? And I wouldn't keep in mind that it's a TV show with a budget, and you know what I mean?
Was Home Improvement your big influence in terms of dressing up your house when you were a kid? Was it that? It wasn't Roseanne,
It was that and Roseanne, I think. Because you know how Roseanne had it where they walk through the house and the kid opens
all the decorations,
door. Yeah, and then the kid speaks in the scary voice. And,
DJ.
All the DJs.
Connor.
Did we do like a video about all the DJs or something?
Yeah.
Anyway,
we did a video.
Well, I actually remember.
Like DJ from Full House he was talking about.
What was it? Unlikely versus battles. Yeah, look that up.
Yeah.
But I loved how that was one of my favorite parts of the show is to see how the houses are decorated.
Yeah.
They'd always have those Beastal die cuts, in the background, like the pumpkin and the cat and all that.
The haunted house.
And I think those always is kind of what it struck a chord with me about how to celebrate Halloween. You got to decorate your house up, and you got to, and
it's great that's what's inspired you. It kind of reminds me of like, I wouldn't have thought of that. I would have thought like, oh, it's because of old classic like Universal monster movies that James likes to dress it up, and it is, but it's it's a lot because of like Roseanne, and you wouldn't like think that. And it's kind of like I wouldn't have thought that the first time you saw the Frankenstein's monster was in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? Wasn't it? I think you told me that at one point because of Shredder or something.
The first time I heard like the line "It's alive" and all that.
Oh, that's what it was.
All those references, like when they would reference old horror movies. I didn't know where they were from exactly, but then I started getting interested in the source. I was like, well, I keep hearing these references. Like you always hear people talk like Dracula, like Lugosi, and you're always like, well, I want to see the movie.
I want to suck your blood.
Yeah, which he never says in Dracula,
right.
It you want to go back to the source material. But the Halloween specials are just a tradition, and that kind of like it helps you put you in the spirit. Family Matters started.
They went crazy with the Halloween specials.
Well, yeah, they went crazy later. Like early on in Family Matters, they didn't do a whole lot. There was that one where the Abe Lincoln guy robs the bank, and then Steve is dressed as Superman and fights the guy in his dream.
I'm thinking of the later ones.
The later ones are the ones you're thinking of. Stevel, the evil Urkel dummy,
and the Carlsbad.
Yeah, and that's when he's older. That's when like
Jaleel White was getting a little too old for the part.
He was like a grown man by that point almost. That's before, Urkel, you always envision as like this little scrawny kid, but this was when he was like, fully grown young adult.
Right.
But yeah, Steve-O and Carlsbad, that was when it got, crazy, where it was like supernatural kind of. I think it was still a dream, but
Perfect Strangers also did Halloween specials.
That ghost one, or whatever?
I remember one where like Balky's like flying in the kitchen and zapping things with like laser beams at his fingers or something. And I vaguely remember it, but all those sitcoms started doing that after Roseanne like kind of got the ball rolling.
Yeah,
it was crazy. It was fun. It was a great way.
Roseanne is the queen of Halloween.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
And there was also the Treehouse of Horrors from the Simpsons, which were great. And Simpsons has been on for something like 25 years now.
Yeah.
And there's been a ton of specials, but I always go back and remember the first one because I actually honestly I remember the Simpsons from the Tracy Ullman show. I mean, I was watching it then.
I hated the Tracy Ullman show, but I wanted to see it for the Simpsons because I was a kid and I was like, I can't wait till I get to the cartoon part.
And but with the Treehouse of Horror, the first one, don't they do a spoof sort of Poltergeist with the house kind of all like crumbling into itself? And then there was also the To Serve Man.
Yeah, and there's the Raven one. Good stuff. I got to catch up with all the Treehouse of Horror.
There's so many now.
Every year they've done it for.
I have to just catch up with the Simpsons in general because there's so many episodes.
Because me too. I watched it when it was brand new, before it was even its own show, and then I just kind of eventually just kind of dropped off.
I would watch it every Sunday night, but I think around season 4 or 5 I stopped. I
don't even think I made it that far. Like when I just stopped watching it, and now it's like, how do you catch up?
Yeah,
it's too late now.
Yeah, go back and watch them all.
But
that's Netflix or something.
That's a whole other thing. But speaking of animated TV specials, you know what? Actually, before I get to it, the grand finale. I want to talk about The Last Halloween. Do you remember that?
No. What's that?
I don't even have much to say. I just wanted to bring it up to see if anybody remembers. There was a Halloween special, and it was just a special. It wasn't part of anything else. It was just a one-time thing called The Last Halloween. It was in 1991, and it's basically about aliens that come down to Earth to get candy because they ran out of candy on their own planet. And it was I think there was a tie-in with like actual candy in candy stores. Like they would have the characters from it on the packaging and stuff, so there was some kind of like marketing tie-in with candy.
Right.
And it was basically like, you might remember it if you see a picture, but it was a live action show, but the aliens were animated, and I almost feel like they were like CG animated, like they were like an early kind of CG. But it was these really distinct alien characters, and it was just a one-time thing.
Now it's starting to. Yeah. I feel like if I saw some picture, I feel like I might have seen this a long time ago. Yeah. Did Full House ever do a Halloween special?
Full House, I don't remember.
I don't think they did, but there was. Oh, they were watching the Wolfman.
Yeah, they're watching the Wolfman. Oh no, it wasn't even Michelle. It was
Stephanie.
Yeah, she was gonna watch the Wolfman, and DJ's like, no, this is too scary for you, and she watches it, and then she has that.
Michelle was still a baby at that point.
Yeah, but then she has that like dream, I think, after seeing it.
Did Halloween? I think there was a Garfield Halloween special at one point. Do you remember the Garfield Halloween special?
Yeah, there was a Garfield Halloween special, which is actually based on one of the comics, or the comic was made after. I don't know, because I had the book.
I would think that the comic would have been first.
Yeah, because I have it. I have the book of it, and it's like almost panel for panel, exactly like the show.
And speaking of cartoon holiday specials, what about Charlie Brown?
Okay,
and like the Great Pumpkin.
The ending, yeah, I definitely want to save for the grand finale. I think the gold standard of all Halloween specials is the Peanuts Great Pumpkin.
Yeah.
So
the title is it Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown, or what's it actually called?
I think it's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown.
It's the Great
or
Pumpkin
whatever.
Charlie
You could
Brown.
just call it Great Pumpkin or Charlie Brown Halloween. It's everybody knows what it is.
That was the big specials. It was that one, and then they had the Christmas special for Peanuts.
Yeah. Well, I think the Halloween one came first, and that was I'm pretty sure. This was in the 60s, So this was before the idea of a Halloween thing. Halloween, believe it or not, like, you know, you think that it's like around forever and ever and ever, but Halloween didn't really start becoming big until not too long ago. Like, but when we were kids, Halloween was a big thing.
Oh,
by
well,
then.
we grew up in the 80s. It was
by the 80s it was
commercialism
like
madness.
But in like the 60s, like it was kind of like not really as mainstream of a holiday. It was kind of more like kind of just like a small little holiday. It wasn't like you'd walk into a store and there'd be Halloween stuff. You know, it just wasn't like that. It wasn't like a mainstream marketing holiday yet.
Before you jump into talking about Great Pumpkin, because I know you have some things to say about it, I want to also throw out there, since we're talking about sitcoms, I just thought of it, the Brady Bunch.
Yes.
Also had a bunch of Halloween episodes, and that's also the 60s.
Yeah.
Or 70s.
You know what? I don't think it was the one I'm thinking of, unless there was another one.
With the ghosts going down the stairs, and they put the scary thing in the fridge and all that.
And that wasn't Halloween, but it was like a scary episode. It was like a spooky, because it started like, they're both trying to play pranks on each other the whole time, and they have the ghost on the string, and you know.
I mean, that had to be mentioned.
Oh, definitely.
I'm
glad
classic,
you mentioned that.
You know,
I almost forgot about that.
So Great Pumpkin.
It was really what started. It actually really helped make Halloween popular in general as a holiday. And that is a tradition. I feel like that's like, you got nothing to lose. It's 20 minutes long without commercials.
Is it that short? Wow.
If you watch without commercials, it's that short. It's a tradition. I feel like every year it's not Halloween unless you put that on, you know?
I feel the same way about the Disney Ichabod thing, which is also like a short, 20-something minute thing.
Yeah, Disney's Ichabod, I saw that as a kid. And the thing is, when you get it on DVD or whatever, it's like, it's part of a two-part thing. Basically, it's Mr. Toad and then Ichabod.
But you just skip the Mr. Toad part.
Skip to the Sleepy Hollow part.
I love the Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, the actual ride when you went to Disney World, but I didn't care. I never cared for the movie part. But the Ichabod thing. Now that's not a sitcom, but since we're along the lines of animated Halloween specials, that was one of the greatest.
Oh yeah,
the Headless Horseman.
I'd put that on my top. I'm glad you mentioned that. But it's kind of like, I was thinking like TV specials, but that's like, because wasn't that like in theaters? Like,
well, that was a Disney movie, so it would have been a Disney feature film.
That's like theatrical,
I don't know what year, and probably 1949, is it? Yeah. Off the top of my head, I think it might be around then.
If you want to talk about just Halloween, anything like that is like, probably I would even put that above Charlie Brown. I mean, like but for TV specials, definitely The Great Pumpkin.
Well, you know what though? I saw the Ichabod thing as a kid on television.
On TV, yeah.
That's why I'm thinking of it that way, because it was probably on like CBS or something like that. You know, they show all that kind of stuff around Halloween time. And even though originally it came out in the movie theater, to me it was like an animated special for TV. You know, kind of the way the Grinch is around around Christmas time. You know, it was one of those type of things, and
exactly.
But I love The Great Pumpkin.
Yeah,
you know?
and you know what? I'm starting to find out, and maybe it's just with me, but I think there's some kind of disconnection with younger generations, maybe, or not even really. Like there's a lot of people who don't like it. They don't like Charlie Brown things, and
Charlie Brown is an older thing now. It's not popular really anymore. It's kind of like the Flintstones. Yeah. It's like nobody really cares about the Flintstones anymore.
I'll never forget. Because I just assumed everybody likes Charlie Brown as much as me, and I put it on at a Halloween party a few years ago, and I remember it killed the party. Like literally people left. Like I was like, 20 minutes, Charlie Brown, what could go wrong? Because I was kind of putting on some different things, and everything was like, it hit. Like I put on like a Twilight Zone episode, and everybody was digging it.
Right.
I put on The Great Pumpkin, and everybody just went quiet and was like, all right, I'm gonna go. You know, it just became like that kind of thing.
I think a lot of people have trouble watching. It's kind of the same thing as a lot of people have trouble watching old black and white movies. I think that same attitude is prevalent with old cartoons. Like a lot of times, there's either people who you put on like a Looney Tunes cartoon and they love it, or they don't want to watch it.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with, I think, Charlie Brown. It's in that sort of group. You know, if you throw on a Popeye cartoon, you know, somebody's gonna either fucking love it because they love Popeye. I remember a friend of ours in college, Freddie, loved Popeye, and we watched all day long.
Yeah.
And if I try to throw on a cartoon, a black and white cartoon for somebody, like a lot of times now, people don't want to watch it, and I feel bad because The Great Pumpkin, it's a great cartoon, and Peanuts in general is like the cartoon and the comic like is depressing, because Charlie Brown is such Charlie Brown is such a sad character. Like everything bad always happens to him, and I could understand maybe not wanting to drag a party down because it's kind of like it's a slow Peanuts is a slow depressing thing, but I understand like it's a fucking classic Halloween. Like I would watch it
because I mean I just like I grew up with it, so it's like I'm so used to that. But it's like I'd like to try and explain the appeal of it a bit if I can. I don't know if I'm able to, but I'll try. Is that it is like a very humble kind of thing. Like, you know how simple the animation is for one thing? Like, you know how like there's lots of animation errors in those Charlie Brown cartoons? Like lots of them. Like things are, even just the simplicity of how it's all drawn, it's like very simple.
They're trying to make it like the comic, you know.
Yeah, I guess so. But there are lots of times where like that, you know, the cell would go on in the wrong order, or somebody's foot disappears, or something changes color. But you know,
somebody's the wrong color and stuff like
that. But there's something about that I like. That it's very humble. Like it just has this very
homemade like, sort of quality. Not homemade, but like.
And it's like not even like nothing crazy happens in it. It's just kind of Charlie Brown just living his regular mundane life, and Halloween isn't treating him so well. It's just any holiday, he's always having a bad time.
I think what you're talking about is like it's very satisfying to sit and watch. It's very soothing. It's very calming, and it is very slow paced, but it puts you into a certain mood watching that is not often replicated. And it's kind of one of those things like either you kind of get it or you don't. Like when I watch Peanuts, it's got that it's Vince Guaraldi like music, and it's
great jazz music.
Yeah,
like,
great
you listen
jazz
to
music.
music on its own. Like you listen to the soundtrack. Actually, sadly, the music from The Great Pumpkin, a lot of that is lost because it's actually the only way to hear it is with the soundtrack of the thing. Like people have taken the parts out, but it's
with the
like
characters talking.
It's with the characters talking and everything. There are some tracks from it that came out of that where you can get them on like CD and everything, but most of the Great Pumpkin cues are all like lost or they're not available or whatever.
Yeah. Whenever, I mean, that would, you know, if the words weren't in there, that would have been a great thing to put on a CD along with like the Ghostbusters theme and like the Haunted Mansion theme. Do you ever do that? Do you ever put together like a CD of or whatever, an iTunes list these days of like holiday music?
All the time. I mean, when I had the copy from CD to cassette, that's what I would do. You'd have to like play the track on the CD and then record it on the audio cassette, because if you had like a CD audio cassette player, but you'd have to listen to every song in real time and then stop it or rewind it back if you missed it and then hit record for the next one, and you'd be doing that. It would take hours and hours and hours, but at the end you'd have an awesome Halloween playlist. Now in iTunes, I just go, and you're done. You can make like 10 playlists.
I had a record player when I was a kid, and we would put on.
Oh, me too.
We would put on the records actually of the spooky sounds, and it would be like chains like rattling on the ground, like creaky doors and bats and things like that, and so it's a shame that that soundtrack for Great Pumpkin is lost, because that would have been a great thing to have on a music Halloween soundtrack like that.
Yeah. So you have Charlie Brown, and he's like, you know, just a likable character. Like you kind of just, you know, you sympathize with him, but you also kind of laugh at him at the same time, you know. And then there's Linus, who is just, you have to admire. Yeah, with him and his blanket, his damn blanket. You have to admire him for holding out for some kind of magic, because, you know, he's got his holidays all mixed up, and he kind of thinks there's some kind of like almost like a Santa type figure in Halloween. So he's waiting for the great pumpkin to arrive, and he has this stupid idea. How did he get that idea? You don't know, but he believes it so strong that you feel like you want to believe it too, and you just have to admire him for it. And the last thing about the Great Pumpkin that I like is just how it addresses everything for the fall season. Like, everything happens in the show. You got carving a pumpkin, you got making costumes out of blankets and stuff, you got trick-or-treating, going to a Halloween party, jumping in a pile of leaves, and addressing the whole fall season. Yes, it even has football in it, which, even though I hate football, it's football doesn't treat Charlie Brown very well either. You know, every time he tries to kick the football, right. So I think that's very appropriate. That's in there. It's just kind of like one shitty thing that comes along with the fall season, that it's just there, you know, just to accept that it's there. So I think it depicts football exactly how it should be.
Doesn't like the World Series, like sometimes, or the playoffs always happen during like Halloween?
You mean baseball, right?
Yeah.
Now they do. I mean, before, like years ago, you'd put on Halloween night, you turn on the TV and there'd be the Great Pumpkin or something. Now it's fucking baseball.
What is October 31st to most people supposed to be about?
Well, for me, it's Halloween, but in some of the recent years, it's been baseball now. Because it's like, all of a sudden they decide, oh, let's just move the end of baseball to fucking Halloween. Like, fuck Halloween. You know what?
Yeah. Fuck Halloween. We're going to knock a ball through a... whatever. Let's
knock
not get
a
on
fucking
that subject.
Pumpkin through your fucking ass.
It's Cinemassacre Monster Madness.
Carnival of Souls is a strange independent horror film from 1962 that got little attention when it was first released, but decades later has become a cult classic. It's loose on narrative structure, but heavy on atmosphere. The plot centers around a woman who walks away from a terrible car accident and then starts to feel out of touch with the rest of society. She wanders around on an aimless quest to find her place. She becomes an organist at a church. During her travels, she notices an abandoned amusement park which seems to be beckoning to her. She keeps seeing visions of a creepy, ghostly man who happens to be the director of the film. The story of a traveling woman being followed by a strange man is very similar to the Twilight Zone episode, The Hitchhiker, but the idea of the vanishing hitchhiker goes farther back in American folklore and urban legends, although never before had the tale been presented in such a surreal and unsettling way. She seeks help from a psychologist who doesn't seem to offer much, and she meets a neighbor who takes a romantic interest in her. He veers between romantic and lustful. When he first meets her, she's not dressed, and he tries to peek at her through the doorway. Sometimes he's nice to her, but other times he's a straight-up pervert. And when he drinks, he's downright mean to her. You want to see her smack this guy in the face and move on, but he's the only person she has to turn to. The interaction she has with him in these scenes is effectively uncomfortable. The film's greatest strength is in its settings, like the church with all the organ pipes rising up like a Gothic city, but the place that sticks out and what the whole film weighs itself upon is the amusement park. There's something indescribable and fascinating about abandoned amusement parks. Something about a place that was active, fun, colorful, and bustling with activity, now empty and deteriorating. What connection does she have with this place? The film does not make that explicitly clear, but it seems so natural that this is some kind of old haunt. Is this a real place that you can visit? Does it still exist? Well, sort of. It rests on the southern shore of the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Its name is Saltaire. People used to swim and dance there, just like the ghostly figures in the movie, but the place was destroyed in a fire. A new Saltaire was built on the same spot, which is the one seen in the movie, but that one also burned down. Then there was a third Saltaire which flooded but was repaired and is now used as a concert venue. The director, Herc Harvey, got the idea for the film when he was driving past Saltaire. He thought of the basic concept of the place being haunted and gave the idea to his screenwriter friend, John Clifford, who developed the idea into a script. These two guys were co-workers under a company that made industrial and educational films. but they decided to go out and make their own movie without any support from a major studio. I find that very relatable. Any of the low-budget or amateurish qualities gives this film its appeal. The pacing is odd, the storyline is vague, and it definitely doesn't follow the Hollywood format. But horror movies don't have any rules, and the best ones take their chances and do something different. Look at how abrupt the movie begins.
Hey, Joe, drag your foot.
That's it. It starts just like that. No company logo, no opening title, no fade in, no establishing shot. You hit play, and this is what you get. You can't help but feel the ghouls or a ghost or whatever must be another source of inspiration for the zombies in Night of the Living Dead. Yeah, it's another precursor to the modern zombie genre, and it was one of the early independent horror films before indie horror became such a big thing, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Halloween. It's very simplistic in its delivery, but it succeeds in sustaining a nightmare quality, which owes a lot to the sinister organ music. There's not much to this movie, but I find myself always wanting to rewatch it from time to time. It grows on me and lures me into a sleepwalking trance. I feel strangely drawn to it, just like the character in the film, to the spooky salt air.
Cinemassacre Monster Madness.
Looking for a good horror flick? Let me lend you a hand. From 1946, it's The Beast with 5 Fingers. In other words, the thing at the end of your wrist. You'd think it's just some dumb movie about a hand that goes around killing people, but it's much more psychological than that. It was written by Kurt Soidmak, who wrote The Wolfman, and directed by Robert Florey, who almost directed Frankenstein, which he worked on the script for, but instead went on to direct Murders in the Rue Morgue. It takes place in an old mansion where there lives a pianist. And that's right, I said pianist. I'm going against the grain here. Everybody else says penis. Why is that the accepted pronunciation? Not only does it sound like the male body part, but you don't play a pino, you play a piano. You're a pianist. Piano, pianist. What's the problem? If you're gonna say penis, can you at least say it like pianist? Pianist? Instead of rolling it into one thing so it sounds like penis? Oh wait, I got it. I know how to pronounce it. Here's something we can all agree on. How about this? Let's just say piano player. Okay, alright, what was I talking about here? Alright, the piano player, or let's call him by name, Francis, is on the verge of dying, so he gathers together his only friends to witness the reading of his will. It's the old cliche, and the movie starts off very tedious, just like this review, but if you give it a chance, I assure you, it gets really good. Just like if you made it past my penis rant, getting past the beginning of Beast with 5 Fingers is rewarding. The center of it all, and the real star of the movie, is Peter Lorre, who plays a guy named Hillary. Let's just call him Peter Lorre. He works for Francis, but during his free time, he researches ancient secrets of astrology from Francis's book collection, which he's become obsessed with. To make a long story short, Francis dies and some of his cousins come along to take his possessions, including his books. Not having access to the books infuriates Lorre, and also, to further complicate this, he's also shaken up by an event that happened right before Francis died. They got into an argument, and for a dying man, he has a strong grip. This violent act sets the tone for the rest of the film, as Lorre is seemingly traumatized, or for better words, haunted by the memory of Francis's hand. Many murders take place, and you're led to debate whether it is the severed hand of Francis that is doing the killing, or it's actually Lorre and the hand is only in his mind.
I saw it with my own eyes. I have to find it. It must be somewhere. You must help me find it. You must help me. Find it, Hillary. You must.
This is some pretty heady stuff well before Psycho. The added touch that he may be delving into the occult is a great little nuance that might mean that something supernatural could be going on.
Hand. It's Ingram's hand.
At least it's not his penis. The special effects for the hand are well done for this era, although there are some shots where it looks pretty lousy. The real reason to watch this film is for Peter Lorre. He steals the whole show. He is excellent at portraying characters with psychological disorders, most famously in M from 1931, directed by Fritz Lang. Many would say that was his best performance, but I sincerely believe this to be his crowning achievement. When I think of Peter Lorre, the first movie that comes to mind is The Beast with Five Fingers. His eyes, his voice, his mannerisms, it has his signature stamp all over it.
Don't you hear it? It's bursting my eardrums. I can't stand it.
Before this, he was never actually a horror star. The things he did only seldom overlapped with the horror genre. But this is the first time I feel his face has been carved into the hypothetical Mount Rushmore rock along with Lugosi, Karloff, and Chaney. The pacing in the final act is exceptionally eerie, with Lorre slowly wandering about, with shadows everywhere, and I can never forget those shots of him standing there doing nothing while the hand plays the piano. Watch it late at night and absorb it all in. It makes you feel like you're living his nightmare. It may be a little uneven, but I think it's one of the most underrated horror classics of the 40s, one of few to not come from Universal. It's Warner Brothers. The plot bears similarity to the silent film The Hands of Orlok from 1924, starring Conrad Veidt from Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. And the same director, too, Robert Veen. It was about a piano player who gets both his hands severed. It was remade in 1935, titled Mad Love, starring Colin Clive and Peter Lorre. It was directed by Karl Freund, the great cinematographer of the silent era who directed The Mummy. It was remade again in 1960, starring Christopher Lee. The idea of a hand that crawls around is more typical than you'd think. We can't forget Thing from the Addams Family, but more specifically, Killer Hands. There was the crawling hand from 1963, then in 1981 there was just plain The Hand, starring Michael Caine and directed by Oliver Stone. As far as individual scenes go, there's Evil Dead 2, which has probably the greatest human versus hand battle ever filmed. But what it all boils down to, I guess you can say, The Beast with Five Fingers is the best of the killer hand movies. I can't believe that could be a sentence.
I tell you it was the hand.
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
Now we're going to talk about It Follows, a movie that everybody, at least over the summer, was talking about all the time. All I heard about was, hey, have you seen It Follows? Have you seen It Follows? Have you seen It Follows? Oh, I think the movie's coming out. Oh, is it out? I don't know if it's out. And
I know, I was like waiting for it to
come. There was a lot of confusion.
Okay,
is it out? It was in a film festival.
Yeah, somehow it was like in a film festival. It was in theaters briefly, but everybody happened to have seen it, and we were one of the last people to see it.
Yeah, so I finally saw it, and everybody was hyping it up so much, and the worst thing you can really do for a movie is to hype it up. So I turned it on, I
was like, everybody's going to ruin this movie.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it and be like, you know?
Right. So I turned it on, I watched it, and my personal opinion was I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was amazing. I thought it was decent. What did you think?
I thought it was really good.
Okay.
Now I have some positives and negatives to say, but I actually think overall it was pretty damn good. And this is the most recent movie that we're talking about, Monster Madness, this year.
Mm-hmm.
It was this year, it's 2015. So it's basically about. I mean, when you say the plot, it sounds stupid. That's the thing. And I think everybody knew that. Everybody was kind of like, oh, let's not tell people much about it. The less you know, the better. So you know what? If you don't even want to listen to us, just go see the movie. See it without any explanation. But if you want to know more about it, it's basically about a sexually transmitted stalker. So it's like a slasher, sort of a slasher movie, but the stalker is like... Yeah, basically a sexually transmitted stalker, an STS, I guess. So the plot sounds ridiculous, but basically it's like whoever has sex with somebody, then this thing or whatever it is that's never explained is following that person, and if it catches up with you, it'll do some kind of unspeakable thing.
It's like invisible ghost thing.
Yeah, and whenever it kills somebody, then it goes to the last person, so it keeps going back up the line. So basically they're constantly trying to pass it on to somebody else. which is actually the way it is played off in the movie. It's very interesting. The positives, I have to say, the act of being followed, I never thought was so scary as in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you see lots of slasher movies, and that's what it always is. Someone is always being followed. But I think the way they went about it this way was how I always imagined a horror movie to be, a slasher movie. I've always wanted to see, because, in a horror movie, stuff's always coming from the foreground. Like, they're over here, right? And then all of a sudden, it comes like there from the front. This is one where you actually get a chance to see what's back there. And you can see it coming from a mile away.
Right.
And it does that.
How she's like sitting in the classroom at one point, and it's like the old woman like walking towards her.
And like, I don't know.
And all that.
There's so much surprise in horror films, but they're finally really starting to see how things could be scary when you see it coming and you know what's coming.
That's true.
Yeah. So I thought that was great.
Instead of it being like a jump scare type of thing, it's like you see it coming a long time away, and it's like it's slowly coming, it's getting closer, and so it's actually scarier than somebody being like, boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think because I always felt like if there were like a remake of Halloween, I'd like to see more like depth shots, like shots that are really have deep backgrounds. Some of my favorite shots in Halloween is like when the kid is looking through the window and then he sees Michael Myers carrying the
that
body.
Part's great. Yeah,
and it's like all you see is like one little like thing, walking
slowly
around,
approaching.
Slowly. And in the crowd, like I never thought how scary it is when she's looking into the crowd for this thing that's following her, and it's almost like looking for Where's Waldo. You're like looking for the one figure that's out of place, that's kind of just coming this. People are going this way, that way, and then you just have.
And also she's the only one, or whoever has it is the only one who can see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She can see it, but then
everybody else is like, wait, what's wrong?
Yeah.
What's her problem? You know?
Except for the people before that in the line of the
they can also
the people in the sexual transmission of this thing. It's like they can all see it.
If you don't have the disease or whatever it is, then you can't see it.
It's a lot like what it is. It is a lot like a disease.
I don't know what else to call it. It's probably not a disease.
Yeah. But so it is kind of difficult to describe. But it definitely made me feel a lot of paranoia while watching it, like always feeling on edge, because like she can't even really go to sleep because like anywhere you are, somehow the thing is going to keep following you. And sooner or later,
the only way that she's able to get away, it seems, is that this thing follows. So it like walks or follows behind. And it seems that this is not like a ghost that can just jump all over the place or something. So the way to get away is she keeps jumping in a car and driving really far distances to get away from it. But eventually the thing catches up.
Like some way or another, it'll just catch up with you when you're not paying attention. And there is a part when she's sitting there and you see it coming and you're like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, Yeah. So it really made me feel like on edge. I think, the movie did a good job with that.
Yeah. It also makes her think like she doesn't know what the thing's always gonna look like. She'll see somebody coming towards her in the distance and she'll be like, oh shit, and then just realize it's a regular one of her friends or something.
It could look like
it could look like anything.
It could look like a friend. It could look like it's somebody she doesn't know. It could look like anybody, really. Negatives. And overall, I just want to say I really liked it, but there are negatives still.
What did you think about the whole section with the pool and
at the end?
and shooting and like they were like firing like guns and then they were throwing the like lamps back at it and all that?
Oh yeah. We could just say this is a spoiler section here. So if I get into it in detail here, this is just kind of like the spoiler section. But to explain the negatives, I think we have to be a little more specific. So you're talking about the end of the movie. So anybody who's seen it knows what we're talking about. I always felt like it kind of bothered me that the rules with this thing were always kind of inconsistent. They shot it one time, it falls down, it gets back up, and you're like, okay, got it. You can't kill it.
Because earlier in the movie, when they're on the beach, don't they shoot at it or something? Yeah.
And then they pretty much do that again. They shoot it and I know they have a little bit more of an elaborate plan, but they end up just shooting it in the water a bunch of times, and you're like, okay. And I don't think, it still doesn't explain, did they kill it, did they not? I don't think they did anyway.
Right.
But there's a lot of things where they kind of leave it open for you to decide.
Yeah.
I thought it was too long in general. I just thought there was a lot of fat that could be cut off
The
of
length
it.
of the movie.
I mean, it's a reasonable length for a lot of other films, but I mean, for horror films, usually, you know, they should be on the shorter side. But so it's not terribly long, but I think the way it felt, it just felt like at times it was very, very slow.
What do you think of The Shining then?
Oh, The Shining's very long, but there's parts where you can't imagine it any other way.
Yeah.
Like when he's in the bathroom the whole time, and he's like, "No, Grady."
That's a movie that has to be long.
You're the caretaker. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Shining, it's kind of just one of those kind of films.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to see. Shining's a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
But, Shining's a great movie though.
Yeah.
But I just felt like there were parts where I that just really didn't mean anything to me. There were parts where I'd understand why it was there later on. Like in the beginning when she goes to the movie theaters with that guy, like in the beginning of the movie, and he's playing that game where like oh, if you could be any person, you know, who do you want to be? Like he's like, you know, spending a lot of time paying attention. Later on, you know why. Okay, I see why he was trying to pay so much attention because he's got this thing following him.
Right.
But when you watch it the first time, I'm just kind of like, oh, like why are they killing so much time with this stupid game? You know.
Right.
So there was a lot of scenes where I was just kind of like, okay, it really could, especially the beginning. It took a long time to get started, I'd say.
I feel like this was a movie for me that was so overhyped that literally this was an occasion where the hype really hurt it for me.
Yeah.
Had I just gone into, I will say,
fortunately, it didn't hurt too much for me, but
out of the horror movies that I've seen in the last couple years, it is one of the best horror movies that I've seen in the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
But that's not saying a whole hell of a lot because I haven't seen that many that have been great. So I thought it was a pretty good movie. Another one I liked, by the way, that's recent. That you should check out, which I don't know if you've seen. It's called The Taking of Deborah Logan.
Haven't yet. No.
That's another really good one. That's recent. But for recent horror movies, it's definitely a good movie. Don't let people hype you up too much because hype can ruin.
Yeah, and actually, I am really glad that the hype didn't ruin it very much for me. Like it actually, you know, I kind of still felt fresh seeing it. A little thing that bothered me was like, when the hell does the movie take place? Because it seems so clear that it looks like the 80s or something. But then there's that girl who's on that weird like clamshell thing. That's kind of like an iPad, sort of.
It's like her cell phone, but it's
like a Kindle, you know? Like,
yeah.
Like what? I just don't know what that was about. And they made a point to show it in close up. And I was like, okay, weird. Like everything else seemed kind of old, but yeah. And we talked about the ending. We talked about the whole gun thing. I really think it took the slasher cliche, made it really original.
Made it interesting again.
Yeah, not to go back into the positives again, but I remember I realized I forgot some of the positives I was going to say. One thing I liked was how it's all about friends who get together to fight something, like Dracula or Stephen King's It, where I really liked the friendship between the characters and how she had this, because they could have all just thought she was insane, and because, you know, nobody else can see this thing, but they start to believe her, and then they help her out, and everybody's working together to.
That's true.
Like,
that's nice to see that, because usually it's like it's the opposite of that. Like nobody believes that, you know, the problem that they're having.
Yeah.
You know.
And I love that
they always go to the cops, and the cops are always like, you know, they never believe that there's some kind of monster. So so it ends up just being some girl or something trying to figure it out on her own.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's true. That's very true. It's a refreshing take on actually her friends being like, oh shit, yeah, you're going through this, I'm gonna be there. And they actually they're like sleeping in her bedroom and like staying with her and like really being supportive of it. Yeah. That is actually a really good point.
Yeah, and that really is what like the Dracula novel was all about, was like all these different people who get together and fight this evil. And I love that we never explain what it is, that it's completely left to your imagination.
What does Van Helsing say? He says like the power of the vampire is that
and those who don't believe in him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I never thought this till recently, but like this could almost be like the explanation to other horror slasher films, like Michael Myers. Maybe he's one of the its, you know, because he's still following somebody. And you know, like why do people who have sex die in horror films? It's every horror film you've ever seen is the same it. I don't know.
That's
just
interesting.
Thinking, yeah, it's almost like it almost.
It's the same. It's all Tim Curry.
Yeah, it's all Tim Curry. There you go. It's Tim Curry in It Follows. No, I think it's From Hell It Came, the tree. I think that's what it is.
There is a horror movie called They, isn't there?
Yeah, there's they, there's them, there's every
there's
kind
it?
of. Yeah, there's It. Yep.
How about a horror movie called The?
The.
Coming soon, 2016.
I like there to be two thes. You know, the monster, the terror, the. A couple more negatives though. I'll just end with is that like there was a lot of scenes where I just was like I really just wish that scene wasn't there. And there's one scene in particular where do you remember there was like those guys on the boat, and then she goes into the water.
She goes and she fucks them.
I guess that's what happened, but they of course cut just to leave it to your imagination. So if that did happen, then we assume
she was trying to get rid of the disease.
Yeah, well, yeah, but like it probably. So you assume okay, maybe then in that cut it killed them, and then now it's back to her again because it's following her again by the time.
I felt like with that she and that happened at some other point in the movie too. Like people are like. Okay, the only way this fucking thing's coming after me and it's gonna kill me. The only way I can get rid of it is to go sleep with somebody else. And then they do that at certain points in the movie. And then
she regrets it. She says, I'll never do that again.
Because, I mean, it's a horrible thing because you got to think like, okay, I'm not going to die, but I'm going to kill somebody else because they're going to die because I slept with them. So, yeah.
Like there's like this moral dilemma in the characters. But I really don't feel like she would have done that on the boat. Like I just feel like for many reasons. For like one, I just don't think that she knows already that it's going to keep coming back to her. Maybe she was trying to buy herself some more time.
I think that's what the idea was.
But it just seemed to me too dark for her character to just kill off those other people because I really felt like she was sure at that point that she's not going to pass this on to anybody anymore. And
I think that's what happened. You just don't like that.
I think that's supposed to happen, but still, even the situation of it to me sounds too surreal. Like, okay, she just goes, what happened? She just went on the boat and said, "Hey, do you want to fuck?" Seriously? Like
she swam out there, and guys being guys would be like, "Hey, baby," whatever. They invite her on the boat, and then there's a fucking gangbang on the boat. And then
she's like, "Oh, watch my cast, by the way."
And then the monster fucking swims out there. There's got to be a deleted scene. It's like the deleted porn horror scene. And then the monster gets on the boat, kills all the guys, and she's off driving her car down the road, like, I got an extra day.
But say you lost that scene, it wouldn't affect anything. That scene does not.
That's true.
It does not affect anything else in the movie. They could have cut that scene. So that's why I feel like the movie was just too long. There was lots of parts in there that were not necessary. You could lose that scene and it has no effect on anything.
Right.
Also, I didn't like how in the beginning when the guy drugs her and ties her up and he explains the whole thing to her. Afterwards, it's like that's never an issue again. She's not like, "Hey, you tied me up and you like kidnapped me or whatever." Like it just never comes back.
I think that she realized though that he had to do something extreme to get her to believe it. And that's what he did. So after that fact, I don't think that she wasn't pissed at him anymore because she realized, oh, he's trying to get me to understand that there's like this fucking ghost. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, to me it was just weird. It was just like...
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of weird things in the movie. Like I said, I personally didn't think the movie was
even the fact that he
great.
just passed it on to her, it's just like, kind of like even just that is like, you asshole.
Well, yeah, he was definitely an asshole for doing that. Yeah. I don't know. It was a pretty good recent horror movie. I definitely think it's worth watching. I don't think it's a classic like Halloween or Texas Chainsaw Massacre or anything like that at all.
No, but it is the most original horror film I've seen recently.
That's very true.
Yeah.
It is pretty original, and there's definitely some good ideas in there.
Yeah. So really good, I thought, overall.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, could have been a little better, but pretty good.
Yeah, you give it a thumbs up?
Oh, I give it a thumbs up.
I give it a sideways.
Sideways, okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right.
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
What's up, Doc? Here's a movie about killer rabbits. That's right, killer rabbits. It starts out with a group of scientists trying to control an overpopulation of ordinary rabbits by injecting them with a serum to stop them from breeding. Instead, it turns them into giant size and also makes them carnivorous. The plot seems like something that would have been done in the 50s, but I guess the 50s already did every kind of giant insect and animal already. The 70s had nothing left. So, rabbits. That's the last resort. You'd think this would be some kind of spoof of the 50s by using an animal that's so cute and non-terrifying, but it plays out like a straight horror movie, and with well-known actors like Janet Leigh and DeForest Kelley, it makes you wonder, why did they agree to do this? Funny to think that the original posters and trailers never showed what kind of monster it is. Audiences were meant to be surprised, although anybody who knew the Latin word for rabbit would have known. I suppose this kind of concept worked alright with The Birds, one of the famous early examples of a serious film where nature attacks. Even then I thought it was a bit silly, but cute bunnies grown to giant size, that's about as far as you can take it. Nobody's afraid of bunnies. I have to say, all the shots of the bunnies stampeding together has made a lasting impression on me. Look at that. That's all you need. It's a stampede of killer rabbits. They go as far as possible to make these rabbits look ominous. They also use growling sounds to emphasize their ferociousness. Despite all that, they're still just plain cute little rabbits. Maybe if they would have made some kind of puppet or stop-motion creature, like if the rabbits were to mutate into some kind of supernatural species, that could have been more monstrous and terrifying, but instead, it's just these oblivious rabbit actors that clearly have no idea what's going on. Considering how challenging of an idea that is to pull off, I'd say they did as good a job as possible. Remember, this is long before CGI. They had to build a miniature town, both exteriors and interiors, and let the rabbits trample around through them. Sometimes it's real rabbits, other times it seems like puppets or costumes. Basically what I'm saying is, the practical effects are well done, but it's the concept that is just too fucking silly. The first time I saw this movie was on TNT's Monster Vision in '93 when Penn and Teller were hosting. They did a funny sketch where they demonstrated how the effects were done by constructing a fake little town and unleashing a rabbit on it. I remember Penn screaming and overreacting, taking it completely over the top. It was hilarious, and I wish I had my VCR recording, because in over 20 years, I've never seen it again. While other tapings of the Penn and Teller Monster Vision broadcasts have shown up, that particular one and several others may be forever lost in time. The movie itself was actually quite rare. Aside from seldom broadcasts on Turner networks, it was never released on home video of any kind until 2005. I had almost wondered if I had imagined it. Seeing it a second time after all these years is a real trip. And I've forgotten how serious the movie takes itself. As a kid, I didn't question it. I just accepted it. I knew that in the world of monster movies there can exist any kind of giant killer animal, so it didn't faze me. Believe it or not, as a kid I actually thought this movie was quite suspenseful and scary. Now I laugh at it like everyone else, but there was a time when at least one person saw this film in the right state of mind, and that was me. I guess you can say I found it to be hair-raising.
It's Cinemassacre Monster Madness!
Burn, witch, burn, witch, burn, burn, burn!
City of the Dead is a gold mine when it comes to public domain horror films. It's from 1960 and also known as Horror Hotel. It centers around a student who's researching the history of witchcraft. Her professor, played by the great Christopher Lee, recommends that she travels to the Massachusetts town of Whitewood to learn of its history of witch burning. She travels to the town and picks up a mysterious hitchhiker who disappears. It's one of the many cinematic references to the classic story of the vanishing hitchhiker. It's also very similar to Psycho, which came out the same year, involving a woman who travels to a hotel, never comes back, and afterwards an investigation ensues of her disappearance. Just happens to be a sibling and a lover. The two films have many similarities, and even though Psycho was released 3 months before City of the Dead began shooting a month earlier than Psycho did. Of course, the novel by Robert Bloch was already published before both films, so the whole thing could just be a weird coincidence, and the majority of these films are completely different. The fictional town of Whitewood is an excellent setting with a sinister history. It was the place where an infamous witch was burned at the stake. In the final moment before she incinerated to a crisp, she put a curse on the town. It works on the great horror tradition of having a place with a haunted past. And now, in the present day, there still exists a coven of robed figures committed to making ritual human sacrifices to her. And it's no surprise that our main character is the perfect target. When she arrives in the town, everyone she meets is strange, starting with the gas station attendant. In a horror movie, anyone who works at a gas station is always suspicious. The pace is slow, but steady and consistently creepy. It creates an awkward mood. Everywhere she goes is a strange encounter, never shaking off the feeling of unease. I like how the town is so small that we really get a full sense of the space. There's the inn, the library, and the church, and we practically see her walk from these 3 buildings in real time. So we feel like we're there, that we know the whole layout of the town. It was all shot on a soundstage, which is perfect for horror movie exteriors. Rather than using a real location, this makes everything look artificial and creepy. I mean, where would you ever see that much fog? I love it. I can never get too much fog. It could be the worst movie ever made, but if it has a lot of fog, then I'm in. The look of City of the Dead is simply magnificent. It's one of the most visually appealing classic black and white horror films, with silhouetted figures, old spider webs, dark caverns, an antique clock face, flickering candles, slanted tombstones, rickety fences, and fog, which I can't underemphasize. I love the depth of the scenery, how dark foreground objects stick out from the white bed of fog. A group of cloaked figures in front of an old dilapidated building, framed through a window, walking behind tombstones only to disappear behind dead tree branches. Hell fucking yeah! Now it's really Halloween. This is no famous classic, but it has a cult following. Rob Zombie used audio clips of it in his song Dragula.
Superstition, fear, and jealousy.
And Iron Maiden used video clips of it in their music video, Bring Your Daughter to the Slaughter. Not one of their best songs, though. There isn't much to this movie. It's simple but effective. And hey, it has Christopher Lee. You can't go wrong. Watch it in the dark, within the glow of the jack-o'-lantern.
It's Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
The Descent. This is a movie about a group of thrill-seeking girls who go on a trip into a cave. They're exploring the depths of the earth, and
yeah, I remember the beginning of this movie was it starts a little slow.
Oh yeah, it does.
With these girls before they get to the cave. So again, kind of like the Frozen movie, this is a movie that takes a bit of time to get going.
Yeah,
I felt
it's like a very simple concept. They go in caves, and then there's a cave-in, and they're trapped. Very simple idea, but very terrifying. It's very claustrophobic. I think that's why the movie's so great, because it's a very real kind of fear.
That aspect of it, going down into a cave and getting trapped in a cave, is definitely a horrifying idea. And you're right, it is claustrophobic. And while we had talked about Frozen and how that was something that could really happen.
Yeah.
Just the idea of going down into a cave and being trapped in a cave and being in that kind of claustrophobic setting is something that could really happen, and that is really horrifying. So you have that going on, and then at the same time, this movie has, I believe they're like subhumanoid creatures, and you know, when I was watching it, I was like, oh, there's like monsters down there. But actually, what it really is there are, it's like if you were caught in a cave and you could never get out of the cave, and then you mated with someone, and then you lived your whole life in this cave. You never saw sunlight, and then you had kids, and that kid never saw the sun, and they grew up
like a whole species. You're just like saying like the possibility of like something like that.
So what I'm trying to say is, in this movie, I don't think that these things down there are necessarily monsters. They're humans that over eons adapted to living in the darkness in the cave. So they're subhumanoids, which that's another terrifying concept. So it's kind of like on top of being caught in this cave, which is a realistic situation. I could also imagine this may be they're believable monsters, I guess is what I could say. Like where almost, a vampire is never going to exist, you know. I don't think, or a werewolf is not going to exist. You know, these things, I feel like there's a small possibility that maybe that could happen, you know?
It's a little bit like a remake of The Mole People, because they go underground, there's a cave-in, it's a bunch of archaeologists in that movie, and there's a whole species of mole people living under there who are just like, they're a little more monster than this. And actually, speaking of the monster thing,
another thing that
Time Machine, H.G. Wells, also kind of like that. Yeah.
And it also reminded me. There's actually the whole time I was watching the movie, there was a Thundercats episode that I would watch when I was a kid. It was Lino's anointment trials, the trial of cunning, the third day, where Lino goes down into a cave and meets all these subhumanoid creatures that have to adapt to the darkness. It was the whole time I was watching the movie, I was like, this is like that Thundercats episode. So there's definitely a lot of things, but I think the best example, you're right, is probably the Mole People, because that's probably where all that originally came from. That whole concept.
Yeah, unless the story, the H.G. Wells story, The Time Machine, because I know the movie came out after the Mole People, but there's subterranean creatures
in that as well.
Too.
Yeah, that's true.
But to tell you the truth, I feel like the movie, it's still good, but I feel like they kind of ruined it by putting monsters in it.
Yeah.
Because it becomes a monster movie at that point, where before I think it was scary enough where they're trapped underground, you know.
Yeah.
There's a movie I thought that really fucking ruined it. That is a much worse example, but there's a movie called Devil, which is about people trapped in an elevator, and it's like, okay, well, that's scary enough. The whole movie, people are trapped in an elevator, but then one of them is the devil, and it's like it goes into this kind of thing. That was much worse. Descent is actually really good, but
I felt that way the first time I ever saw From Dusk Till Dawn. I don't feel that way.
Some people have said that.
I don't feel that way now.
Yeah.
But the first time I watched the movie, I really
I showed it to you in college.
I loved it, and then it went into the whole vampire thing, and I was like, oh, well, this is stupid now.
Well, I remember your reaction,
upon rewatching the movie.
I thought at the time, I would have thought you loved it. I'm not exactly sure what you thought, but when that part happened, I remember your reaction that you had no idea what was coming, and seeing you not know, and then see it happen, you just were like, oh my God, like what happened to this movie? Oh my God. And then I think you said to me, like, I see why you like this now. That's the only thing I remember. But you're telling me you didn't like it. You didn't like that it turned into...
The first time I saw it, it bothered me because I didn't see... It really threw me for a loop because I didn't see the movie going in that direction. Yeah. Then I rewatched it and I was like, okay, that's awesome. But very much like that. This movie, being caught in the cave and all that, that was so terrifying. And then the monsters come into it and you're kind of like, all right, well, what happened? This kind of fell apart a bit.
Yeah, because From Dusk Till Dawn, I kind of feel like the first story kind of wrapped up. They made it to Mexico. They're there at the bar. They're all celebrating. And it's like, okay, they made it. Like, I didn't think there was a lot left to happen. And then then all of a sudden it becomes a vampire movie. It's like two movies really put together. But I can understand, like, if people are saying, that...
Speaking of things falling apart, I felt like the ending was...
You know what? We're ready to... Maybe we can go into a spoiler section where we can just talk about the ending.
Okay.
The only other thing I think I'd say is just a production trivia is just that the cave sets were all shot at Pinewood Studios in England, which is where they did lots of movies like Batman, 89 Batman, and the Bond movies and stuff like that.
That's interesting.
So that
I
was
didn't know that.
Yeah, so it was shot at like a studio. They weren't really in a cave.
Right.
And I just thought it was a great movie because it's about the depths. Some people have a fear of heights. I think the fear of depths is more strong and be like, what lurks within the earth.
Yeah, I haven't seen many movies that deal with the fear of heights. Because I actually have a fear of heights. So if there was a movie like that, that would probably terrify the shit out of me. But
yeah.
But anyway, I'd like to talk about the ending.
Sure. So spoiler.
Yeah, spoiler alert now. This is a movie that had multiple endings, which kind of bothers me because I feel like there was a European ending,
really?
And then there was the American ending, and I think then there's also a DVD ending. I could be wrong. There's all these different endings to the movie. Oh. The one I saw was the one on the DVD, which I liked the ending, but then upon hearing that there's all these alternate endings and stuff, I feel like it's kind of like they didn't know what to do with the ending.
Yeah, they didn't. I actually listened to the commentary track on just for the end because I was like, what were they thinking with this?
Yeah.
And they said that they didn't. I don't even know if they necessarily said they didn't have any answers, but they'd rather people speculate and everything, which is fine sometimes. But and I have my speculations about it.
What do you think about the ending?
I guess first of all, the ending. I think is this the one you saw? Because I didn't know there were multiple endings. Like I don't even think I saw that.
I saw the one with like the truck. And somebody gets hit by a truck or something, and then she ends up in the. I kind of forget. It's been a while since I've watched the movie.
Well, what I remember is that first of all, even before
she crawls. The one I saw, she crawls out of the cave. She finally makes it out at the end, and then she gets hit by a truck and gets killed or something.
Oh, in the one I saw, she did not get hit by a truck.
Oh, see, there you go.
And didn't we watch the same DVD? Didn't you like lend me that one?
I think I did.
I don't remember there being like. I mean, I look at bonus features and stuff. I didn't see any alternate endings. I didn't see.
I didn't watch any alternate endings. If they were on the DVD.
Yeah, they didn't even say anything on the commentary. But I'm surprised how that got by me because I don't even think it said that on the Wikipedia page that there were multiple endings. But anyway, all I knew is she gets out of the cave, and then. I guess I have to back up and say in the beginning of the movie, she's in a car accident and her husband and her daughter die. And then they sort of don't really address it afterwards. It was sort of like, I was watching the first time, I was like, well, why the hell did that have to happen? Why couldn't it just begin with them going into the cave?
Which is why I felt like it was a kind of like a full circle. There was the car accident in the beginning, and then she kind of gets hit at the end when she finally makes it out or something.
Well, I saw, she gets out of the cave, and then she gets into her car's still there, and she starts driving, and then she stops driving, and she's just crying at the wheel. And then I think she's supposed to be on the same road where that accident happened, and maybe it's bringing back memories or whatever. And then she turns around, and it's the girl who she killed earlier in the cave. Like,
see, I don't remember seeing that.
And she's got like the blood coming out of her eyes, and she's like a ghost almost.
Okay, so I haven't seen that.
Yeah, and then it like stops, like and then she wakes up like that was a dream.
Okay.
And then the truck comes by, I think, but the truck passes her. You know, she just kind of like watches the truck. I think she sees it as like the same truck that hit her or whatever.
Oh, you know what? Then, maybe I'm thinking of it wrong. Maybe that's the part I'm thinking of.
And then that's not even it. Then she wakes up again, and then she's inside the cave again.
Yeah, you know what? That's what I remember that part of it. Okay.
And she's got the birthday cake, and her daughter's there, and they're both sitting in the cave. So she's kind of like, I feel like she's just remembering.
You know what the thing is?
Yeah.
We did watch the same version. You remember it better than I do.
Okay.
That's the problem.
And I still might not be remembering it perfect, but she doesn't get hit by the truck, but she wakes up in the cave again. So it's basically kind of like a cop-out kind of thing. Like, okay, did she really get out of the cave, or is she really still in there dreaming? And
I don't know. I was so confused by the ending. I didn't understand it.
It's so weird.
I also saw this movie like a year ago, so I don't really totally remember. But I just remembered. I remember liking about a half hour into the movie, once they start to get trapped in the cave, I was like, oh wow, this is really good, and it's terrifying. And they're trying to like get across that chasm and all that. And you know, they stick these things into the rock, and they're trying to like climb along, and like I think one of the girls maybe falls or dies or gets hurt or something, and then they're crawling through these little like passageways and stuff. All that stuff, I was like, wow, this is so scary to be in that situation.
Yeah.
By the time the monsters came in and that whole confusing ending, I was like, fuck this movie.
The ending. Yeah, I didn't really like it, the ending, but I thought the only thing I got out of it, where she's in the cave with her daughter, I think she was just kind of remembering the you know, bringing her daughter the birthday cake. She was remembering something happy while she was in the cave, because that was all she had.
Okay.
It was just a memory of something. Yeah, it's a little weird. But you know what? To tell you the truth, backing up from the ending, what really frustrated me about it was how all the blame was placed on that other girl, because okay, they're fighting all the creatures, right? And then she accidentally like turns around and stabs her friend.
Yeah,
and it was an accident.
Part, I thought that was a good part. I like that.
Well, that's not the part. Like that was an accident anyway. But then she's like dying, and then she leaves her there dying.
Right.
And it's like I think she wanted her. I think she said something like "kill me," like to finish her off. She's like in pain. She's dying.
Something like that.
To put her out of her misery. And then she left her there because I guess she couldn't kill her friend or whatever. I forget exactly what happened, but the point is it was an accident.
Yeah.
And then the other girl, the main girl, comes in, and then the last thing that she says before she dies is she tells like who it was who stabbed her, and then she thinks that she killed her, and it was like it's like a complete what's the word? Like a miss. Fuck.
Yeah, it's misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding. Yeah. So then she becomes like a vengeful, like a Carrie almost, or like more like the bride from Kill Bill.
Absolutely.
And actually kind of looks like her. She's splattered in blood and everything. So then she goes and then she kills the other girl, and the whole time. But the way I didn't mind the fact that there was a misunderstanding. I didn't mind that was okay, like to make it into a tragedy. But they were kind of
the way they played it out.
The way they played it out made her like she was kind of becoming like this. Like she was right, like she's the hero. Like okay, she's gonna go up and she's gonna fight this other girl. She's gonna kill her for what she did to her friend. And it's like, did the filmmakers know what happened? Did they know that it was an accident, or did they film two different things without knowing how they connected? Like that really pissed me off.
Right.
But and the confusing ending. But I really liked the first act. Once they get in the cave, once the cave-in happens, I think
not the first act, more like the second act.
More like the middle, like once the second act begins, I believe it was
before
brilliant.
the monsters come in and
the
after
midpoint,
the
monsters come in. I think it was brilliant. I think it was a brilliant movie, but with some really wrong choices toward the end.
You know what the best part of the movie was? A lot of hot chicks.
Oh.
There you go.
You got that.
Yeah.
Today I want to give you a quick rundown of the Invisible Man series from Universal. On Monster Madness I usually talk about one movie a day, but today I thought, fuck it, let's do 6. The original Invisible Man from 1933 is one of the all-time masterpieces from the golden age of horror.
I'll show you who I am and what I am.
It's based on the H.G. Wells story about a scientist, Jack Griffin, who invents a formula that makes himself invisible. The problem is that he can't figure out how to make himself visible again, and the longer he stays invisible, the more he starts to enjoy the benefits. He takes advantage that nobody can see him and goes on a power-hungry rampage.
Power to rule, to make the world grovel at my feet.
The things he does range from harmless pranks to full-on murder and destruction.
You'll run gently down and through the railings. Then you'll have a big thrill for 100 yards or so till you hit a boulder. Then you'll do a somersault and probably break your arms. Then a grand finish up with a broken neck. Well, goodbye, Kemp. I always said you were a dirty little coward. You're a dirty, sneaking little rat as well. Goodbye.
There is an aspect of dark comedy to all this, making it one of the funniest of the Universal horror films.
Here we go gathering nuts in May on a cold and frosty morning.
It also seems to be the famed style of director James Whale, who delivered the same type of humor in Bride of Frankenstein.
Good.
The voice of Claude Rains, who plays Jack Griffin, is phenomenal.
Do you want me to take these off?
No.
It's a deliciously evil performance. Also, the special effects are a true wonder to behold. By today's standards, it's nothing too crazy, but for 1933, wow, same year as King Kong. What a great year for special effects. I've already covered this film during the third Monster Madness, but it's worth mentioning again, and so that we can get into the sequels. Jack Griffin is perhaps the only Universal monster to not be able to come back from the dead, since he's just a mortal man, but nevertheless, during Universal's second horror cycle came The Invisible Man Returns in 1940. The Invisible Man in question is not the same Invisible Man as before. This time it's a man named Jeffrey Radcliffe who is wrongly accused of murder and sentenced to death. Frank Griffin, the brother of the first Invisible Man, gives him the formula to make him invisible.
He's gone!
So he can escape prison and go on a search for the real killer.
I'll try and act like a normal person.
One of the great highlights is when he interrogates one of the murder accomplices and scares the living shit out of him. As his detective work goes on, Radcliffe starts developing the same aspirations of power as his predecessor.
I shall have worshippers and followers, people who will obey me because they recognize my greatness.
Can he focus on the task at hand, or will he succumb to the same fate? You might have expected this to be a cheap sequel made for a quick buck, but this is the real deal. It's well written, well acted, full of elegance and class. Radcliffe is played by Vincent Price in one of his early roles and his first ever horror role.
Pity! Did you have any pity on me? Had you one thought for me? Lying day after day in that prison of despair, feeling the rope around my throat, choking the very breath of life out of me?
He's mainly just a voice and only appears physically for a brief scene, but this is his first big breakthrough in horror, long before he would become so well known with the genre. He gives a performance that is as good, if not better, than Claude Rains. If he has any claim on any of the classic horror characters, this is it. Even when the Invisible Man made a cameo in Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, who of all people did the voice? Vincent Price.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the Invisible Man.
Of course, I have to mention the special effects are once again a cinematic marvel, perfecting what Universal began with the first movie. Good sense prevailed at the Academy Awards that year, and would you know, The Invisible Man Returns won an Oscar for Best Special Effects. A true miracle that a Universal horror movie actually won an award for something. Afterwards, the same year, Universal released The Invisible Woman. The plot is in no way related to the other invisible characters. This time, there's a different inventor who creates an invisibility device and a department store model who becomes the test subject. She takes advantage of it by getting back at her mean boss.
Now you'll see how it feels when the shoe's on the other foot.
This film drops any horror or suspense elements and goes straight for comedy. It's the type of dated humor that only might be funny in 1940.
There, now you look like a fish.
It's so drastically different in tone that I don't even count it as part of the series. The less said, the better. Although it was the first at the idea of an invisible woman, which came into the pop culture in comics as part of the Fantastic Four. Next came Invisible Agent in 1942, one of many films made about World War II while the war was actually going on. This one takes the series in a totally different direction, making it into an espionage thriller, which was an ingenious idea. The Nazis are trying to discover the secret formula of invisibility.
Oh, why don't we make him tell us?
It's an excellent concept that shows the consequences of what would happen if such a formula was ever actually invented. The hero character, Frank Griffin Jr., played by John Hall, becomes invisible to help fight the Nazis. With Peter Lorre playing a villain, what more could you want?
I'm going to make an honorable man even out of you.
I can't help but feel this movie must have been a strong influence to Raiders of the Lost Ark. There's also Sir Cedric Hardwicke, a Universal regular who was also in The Invisible Man Returns and Ghost of Frankenstein. It's funny they can't decide if the original Invisible Man was his grandfather or his uncle.
Was it your uncle who discovered it? No, it was his grandfather, Frank Griffin.
They say his name was Frank Griffin Sr. and that he invented the formula. Really, the inventor was Jack Griffin. Frank Griffin was Jack's brother. They really screwed up. Inconsistencies aside, this is a highly entertaining film. In 1944, there was The Invisible Man's Revenge. A psychopathic criminal, played by John Hall from The Invisible Agent, gets help from a scientist, played by John Carradine, who has discovered the secret of invisibility. There is no connection to the other films, although the criminal's last name is Griffin. Why did they call him Griffin if he has no relation? I guess it's just a common last name for people who happen to become invisible. Regardless, this is another great entry in the series. For the first time since the original, the main character is a murderous and tragic figure, a true anti-hero.
I'm a scientist, not a murderer. Would you rather I took your blood?
My favorite highlight has got to be the dart scene. That's it for the classic horror cycle, but in 1951, Universal brought back The Invisible Man for one more round in Abbott and Costello Meet the Invisible Man.
Where did he go? He disappeared.
Bud and Lou are private detectives who are trying to help out a boxer who's been wrongly accused of murdering his manager.
Now, don't give me that invisible stuff again. Honest.
The plot is similar to The Invisible Man Returns, but the comedy approach makes it feel fresh again.
Why, the little guy's wonderful.
The idea of invisibility already has a lot of comedy potential, but you throw in Abbott and Costello to play around with it, and work it into gag after gag after gag, and you get comedy gold.
I used to be a juggler. I said put it there and leave it there. That's better. Now you... Give me that bill. Give me your hand. Put it in my hand like that and leave it there. Now, take this wrist here.
My favorite scene is when Lou has to make it through a boxing match, but he has the Invisible Man on his side.
And I keep hearing voices like someone's talking to him. Hearing voices, eh? That's bad.
I know I'm a minority on this, but I think this is the funniest of the Abbott and Costello Meet movies. Yes, even funnier than the more famous Meet Frankenstein. Yes, I said that.
It's Cinemassacre Mall!
The ghosts are moving tonight, restless.
House on Haunted Hill is about a rich husband and wife who throw a party at a haunted house with a bunch of complete strangers. They pick 5 random people and offer them $10,000 each to spend the night there.
Well, if I were going to haunt anybody, this would certainly be the house I'd do it in.
Blood drips from the ceiling, chandeliers fall, and in the basement there's a pool of acid that can disintegrate any human or animal to the bare bones. Who will live and who will survive this night at the House on Haunted Hill? The plot is derived from the typical old dark house format, which is basically a murder mystery under the guise of the house being haunted. The characters are always led to believe ghosts are to blame, but in the end, it usually turns out one of them is the murderer. It's easy for modern audiences to look back at this particular movie and mistake it for being one of the main examples of this genre, but really, this movie came out in 1959. The old dark house genre was prominent in the 20s and 30s, so it was already an old cliché by this point. This movie is self-aware and is actually making fun of the genre.
I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost.
The first time I saw it, I took it too seriously. I liked how it set up a good creepy mood, but I became very frustrated with the plot. The host tells the guests that they'll get the money as long as they stay in the house all night, but then tells them at midnight there's going to be bars on all the doors and windows and the phones will be disabled, so they couldn't leave anyway.
And the only door to the outside locks like a vault. There's no electricity, no phone.
I hated the character Nora. All she does is scream, scream, and scream.
All of you get out of here and leave me alone! Just get out of here!
She wanders all around the place and keeps finding more horrors, as if she's deliberately looking for things to scare herself. Then there's a mysterious man and woman who look like rejects from the Addams Family. They keep popping out of dark corners to scare the shit out of her, and then it's casually explained that they're the caretakers. After that, you never see them again. Nothing makes any sense.
Jonas Slides and his wife.
And for a movie where nothing supernatural is actually supposed to happen, how did the wife make herself float outside the window? We know she used a hanging harness to fake her death, but the window scene is a whole other thing, and how does she make the rope do this? My only thought is that Nora is so scared by the house and the tricks played on her are so effective that she goes insane and imagines all these supernatural things. The most logical event that ever happens, and what could have potentially ended the movie, is when the characters decide they're all going to bed. Yeah, they're all going to their own rooms and nobody's coming out until the morning. Anyone to come out of their room would only draw suspicion on them.
And if we all stay in our rooms, we'll be safe. Because the innocent will have no reason to leave his room. And the guilty will admit his guilt if he or she does.
It's the most sensible idea, the smartest fucking thing anyone has ever said in a horror film. But then they all start walking around the house again and not one person ever pops their head out and says, "Hey, you left your room." No mention of it whatsoever. The body count is disappointingly very low, but this was before the slasher genre. The old Dark House movies always had a low body count, so this was typical. I won't give away the whole murder scheme, but you'd already know somebody is trying to kill somebody. Rather than just quickly shooting them with a gun, and they have guns, they instead set off a series of chain events like some kind of elaborate mousetrap. The most inefficient murder ever planned. And when you do realize what it is that actually happened and how it all played out, it's very amusing. Vincent Price is excellent. He plays the main host with a sneaky, dark sense of humor. It feels like he's inviting you into the party, speaking to the audience directly, as if you're one of the guests.
And I've rented the house on Haunted Hill tonight so that my wife can give a party. A haunted house party. She's so amusing.
The scenes with him and his wife are the best parts of the movie as far as dialogue and acting goes. Right away, they set up that the husband and wife hate each other. They explain that the wife actually tried to kill him before.
You remember the fun we had when you poisoned me?
They shrug it off and move on, just like it's any typical married quarrel.
You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
These scenes have the same kind of dark humor as you would see in an Alfred Hitchcock movie.
I hear that hanging is very uncomfortable, in case you get any more ideas.
It's true that William Castle was always trying to rival Hitchcock. He would even appear in his own trailers, just like Hitchcock did. But at the same time, he was a lot like Ed Wood, making the kind of films that people would call campy or cheesy. But these scenes of underplayed domestic murder attempts is where Castle rose above and almost shared the same kind of sly wit as Hitchcock.
Would you adore me as much if I were cool? No.
Castle just wanted to entertain and put on a good show. In the movie theaters, during the scene with the skeleton, a skeleton on a string was supposed to fly out above the audience's heads. Reportedly, it didn't always work right and the kids would always throw things at it, but they went out of their way to advertise it as a new film process called Emergo, where characters from the movies come to life and emerge from the screen. That was Castle's trademark. He would always do those type of gimmicks. This is a certain type of horror film that you're not meant to take seriously. It's the equivalent of Halloween decorations that show jack-o'-lanterns, witches, and black cats. They don't look scary, but they're traditional. They're essential with the Halloween season, and likewise, House on Haunted Hill is essential for good spooky fun.
And then they'll come for you.
By the way, you want to see something real creepy? My DVD was glitching up. Check this out.
The ghosts are moving tonight.
That is disturbing.
I own the house.
Whoa.
I've only spent one night there and I was almost dead.
It's Cinemassacre! Monster Madness!
Happy Halloween! Today we're going to talk about, I guess the best appropriate way to end with is just to talk about Halloween. Just what the season means to you and how do you celebrate Halloween. And I know one of the big ways we celebrate Halloween is Monster Madness, so we should talk about Monster Madness a little bit.
Absolutely.
About the history, the future of it. So yeah, let's go. So how do you celebrate Halloween?
Well, I mean, we're getting a little old to be going out trick-or-treating and stuff, But I mean, I love doing that as a kid. But
well, I have a kid now, so trick or treating's coming back into my life now. So it's kind of interesting. It comes full circle.
Usually, I still go to Halloween parties, and I go out to events and things, and I still to this day like to get dressed up in a Halloween costume.
Oh yeah.
Every year, I'm big into that. I definitely like dressing up in Halloween costumes. I like going to Halloween parties. I like watching horror movies all through the month of October, and I like going out to horror attractions.
Yeah, let's go one by one. Yeah, haunted houses. So going to attractions and stuff.
Yeah. One that I've been to is the Penhurst Asylum.
Oh, that's a good one.
It
was a real asylum.
Yeah, that place is so creepy because it was like an insane asylum for children, I believe.
Yeah, and then they made it into a haunted house recently, which is really interesting.
Oh my god, that's one of the creepiest places I've ever been. I love doing that, and I mean, there's a ton of those type of
motel.
The Base Motel. There's tons of attractions. There's one in New York that I want to go to. I think it's in Manhattan called Blood Manor. I've been wanting to go to that, and I know that down in Universal they do all kinds of horror stuff. The Six Flags Great Adventure has like the Fright Fest and all that. So all that kind of stuff. The whole month of October.
I always hear that the Universal Studios does the most amazing haunted houses. I always hear about that. I've never been, but yeah, haunted houses nowadays. I mean, the ones that we had when we were kids are nothing like they are now.
No.
I mean, before it would be like a big deal to go on a hayride, and like there would be just like
maybe a guy would pop out of the woods with a chainsaw, but that would be about the limit.
Yeah, there'd be like some strobe lights here and there. There was all kinds of haunted houses, but they were very low scale. They were now they have ones where like there's animatronic monsters breathing fire at you, and like
absolutely.
Like now that they have great effects, and like Halloween has gotten bigger.
It's gotten bigger and it's gotten better,
which is great. I love it when things get better for once.
Right.
We always complain about how things suck now, but this is Halloween really picked it up. Yeah, haunted houses. I always feel like every year you got to go to one that you've been to before, and then go to one that you haven't been to. You know what I mean? Like to keep it fresh.
Oh, absolutely. I try to go to new. Exactly. I go to some of my favorites from previous years, but I always try to find a new one too to go to.
Yeah.
And I love doing that. I love dressing up in Halloween costumes. I mean, just the tradition of doing that is, it starts when you're a kid and you go out and you go trick or treating, but it's still fun to do today, like, because what other time of the year is it appropriate to go out in some kind of, like, if you want to dress up as like Darth Vader or something, you're probably not going to do that unless you're going to like a convention or it's Halloween time, and it's a fun thing to do, and it's something you don't get to do the rest of the year, which makes it special.
Yeah. And to me, it's a season. It's like the whole like fall season. I love when the air gets cooler and everything, and the color of the leaves change and everything.
Speaking of that, honestly, my favorite thing about the whole Halloween season and October is the smell of being outside.
Yeah.
There's a certain smell. And I don't know if it's everywhere in the world like this, but we live on the East Coast, and when it comes fall time, there's something in the air that time of year, and it only lasts for a couple weeks.
Yeah, it's
and
not
I don't
long,
know what it is. It's impossible to describe. There's just this sense that it's October, and it's very, and that's my favorite thing about the whole October time.
It goes into Thanksgiving too. Like I love Thanksgiving just as well, and it's kind of like a different different kind of holiday, but it's still kind of wrapped up in the whole fall thing.
Yeah, and that's
So going to a Halloween store, that's always a must.
Oh,
you gotta at least once.
Didn't even think of that.
And here's the thing about Halloween stores is that there's really good ones, and then there's just like average ones. And every year it's always a complete crapshoot because they never open in the same places because it's a seasonal thing. So you'll never know where to find them every year.
Okay.
But there's a.
I feel like. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, Spirit Halloween I think is one of the best ones I found recently. It used to be Halloween Adventure, that used to be like the best, but now I think Spirit. It's like you go in and there's just like stuff everywhere, and I love it when you're surrounded by like. It's almost like you're walking through a haunted house because the way everything's set up, you have like the creatures and stuff are like all like moving.
Yeah.
And you got all the the animatronic things are all set up.
I feel like there's the Halloween stores that care, and then there's the Halloween stores that don't care. Some of the stores, I feel like they put them there because they're trying to make money, because it's that time of the year, and they're trying to sell costumes and whatever, and they're just trying to make a living. And then there's stores where the employees really get into it, and they dress up the store a lot, and they make the store awesome. Those are the good stores, and those are the ones I like going to.
And sometimes it's just a matter of like what they have available. Like if you go to the dollar store, they're gonna have just some shitty like masks and stuff. But but you go to like one of the big like Halloween chains, they got like all kinds of stuff. But yeah, it's definitely on the checklist. You gotta walk into a Halloween store, even if you don't buy anything, to just walk in and be surrounded by everything.
I can explain it like this. If you go into a Halloween store and all you see are racks of costumes, and that's about all there is in the store, that's a crappy Halloween shop.
Or how about when it's just pictures of the costumes, so you have to like you have to like order them and everything.
Yeah, that's crap. I want to walk in and there's got to be like fog machines and skeletons, basically like this kind of shit, like everywhere.
There's got to be like fog, like that.
Get a fog machine out. Blew it right in my fucking face, you asshole.
I killed him. He's dead. Carving a jack-o'-lantern.
Oh, that's another great tradition. I gotta say, with the pumpkins, I love pumpkin pie.
Yeah.
So that's a part of October that I always can't wait for, because I will only eat pumpkin pie if it's October.
Yeah.
It has to be. And but I don't make the pumpkin pie. I buy the shit from the grocery store or whatever. But carving the actual pumpkins is so much fun. I don't particularly like digging out the guts that much. That's the part that's not that fun. But carving the faces and coming up with...
You just want to hurry up and carve the face.
Yeah, I want to carve the face, exactly. And carving faces. I'm not very good at it. I like to draw, and I feel like I'm an artistic person. But as far as... I've never been very good at doing like 3D art. And... So I'll draw the face on there, but when it actually comes to carving it out, I have a hard time with it. But you're actually pretty good at it. And going back to Roseanne again, another thing, the Roseanne show had really great carved pumpkins. Always, I think during the end credits, they'd always have those awesome carved
Roseanne's
pumpkins
face.
of all the characters.
And then they started doing it like in Home Improvement, follow after.
Yeah.
Where Wilson, they'd have like the fence, on the pumpkin,
Right.
Also, watching a horror movie with audience, I think is like...
That's maybe the number one. I mean...
It's up there. You know why? What's strange, though? It seems to be one of the hardest ones for me, because it's like... It's kind of tough to block out a weekend or just like a Saturday night or something when you can get people over and actually watch a movie. And like the thing is, like, you gotta have... It seems like usually there isn't time to watch a whole movie. Like even at a Halloween party, it's like to kind of organize it, to get everybody to sit down and watch one thing. It doesn't happen that often.
When you have a party, people want to be socializing and having fun. So to sit and do that, I find it best during the October Halloween season. I'll watch a horror movie like with my girlfriend, or I'll watch one with like one other person.
Yeah,
those are the best experiences usually, because it's just two people. You're not looking to have a party, and you can really just focus on the movie.
Yeah, it's got to be a few. Sometimes it's got to be like a few number, but like a few number of people. But even that, it's hard. I find to get the time to do that. But also there's like if a horror movie's playing in a theater, it's always great to be able to like go to a theater and actually see it, with a big audience.
It is great, yeah.
Yeah. So it's either in a theater or at your own place. And I love it when theaters like the Colonial Theater, the Blob Theater in Phoenixville.
Oh, they'll actually play like 35mm films.
Yeah, we saw Dracula on 35mm there.
That was awesome.
Yeah, so I love it when they'll replay old movies.
Yeah.
Decorating the house, of course. You got to do it. So
got to get the Betzel die cuts and put them up on
Beastel, whatever.
However that's pronounced. It's the old die cuts where it's like a cat or a skeleton or a witch, and they're usually like circular, and you hang them up. And those are just classic. They've been around forever.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers those, at least from our generation.
Yeah, that's what I had too back then. It was just like those were the only Halloween decorations. Like we said, how the stores got better and everything.
Because they well, those would be cheap. You could buy them like at the grocery store.
It's just like paper. It's like a flat thing. It's not like a whole kind of like
thing like this. Yeah.
Getting this kind of stuff like this all started coming out later.
Elaborate.
Yeah, but even this stuff is old. Like this I had since like I was like 15 or something like this.
But I think what you're saying is the majority of people wouldn't put a lot of money into those kind of decorations, or might not have the money. But those kind of decorations, they're cheap. They're just pieces of paper. So it's like for a couple dollars, you can get a whole set of the Betzel die cuts and decorate, your kitchen and your your living room and stuff like that. With
now it's very nostalgic to me. Now it's like because in Halloween now there's so many gory decorations where it's scary. It's like a skeleton that's like all decaying, and now it's. Like I like kind of remembering the innocent decorations.
The decorations are
just
like.
Seeing a cat and a witch that are just paper that are.
Those are my favorite Halloween decorations.
Yeah.
They're the cheapest ones, but they're the best.
They're just so classic. Like, it's not Halloween until you see one of those things. Yeah. Even though I spent so many years without those things, now I'm starting to go back to look at those again and try to find the old classic decorations.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think you got me into them again because you were like.
I was decorating my place, and I was like putting those up, and you're like, oh my god, those things, and I'm like, yeah, the Betzel die cuts. You're like, oh, those are what those are called. Yeah.
Trying to find them.
Yeah, those are definitely classic and bring back the nostalgia of Halloween when we were kids.
Now, taking a walk outside to experience the fall colors every once in a while, take a walk outside to just
that's also a huge part of it. Getting outside, getting off your damn computer, like everybody who's watching this video right now, sitting on the damn computer.
We're doing it too.
Yeah,
we're all sitting here.
We are, but it's October. Go outside, walk around, like smell the air, experience fall.
Yeah. It's tough when you're working on Monster Madness.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah. Well,
uploading this video to YouTube today.
but that's also how we celebrate, which is why we'll get into that. But a couple other things. Halloween party. I think we kind of mentioned that already. But just going on my list is trying to either go to somebody's party or to have your own, just trying to at some point go to a room where everybody can dress in costumes.
Sure, and it should be a social occasion.
Gozer the Traveler. He will come in one of the pre-chosen forms. During the rectification of the Valdrani, the Traveler came as a large and moving torb. Then, during the third reconciliation of the last of the McKettrick supplicants, they chose for him a new form, that of a giant slore. Many shoves and zools knew what it was to be roasted in the depths of a slore that day, I can tell you.
Trick-or-treating, which we already talked about, but and I told you about how it's coming back into my life because now my daughter, I'll take her trick-or-treating.
Right,
so
that's great.
Yeah, trick-or-treating, big thing. So that was the checklist. We got through everything.
Do you have any trick-or-treating memories when you were a kid, like anything that happened?
Oh yeah, I mean,
like that you can think of.
Like anything weird or just
like
anything.
Any stories about trick or treating?
I just always remember the neighborhood where we used to trick or treat all the time, and they would always be night. You know what was weird is like I kind of have blurry memories of trick or treating in the day and trick or treating at night.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember when it switched, and I feel like it switched back and forth.
We've talked about this before. Yeah, and. I've heard a lot. I think things are different now. I think there's like laws and stuff now where people got to be in. When I was a kid, when I was like 10 years old, 8 years old and stuff, I would go out with my friends and we would be out until like 11 o'clock at night and whatever, just going around, and people still had I was knocking on people's doors at like 10:30 at night getting candy, and it was like, well, it's Halloween, it's night, ghosts and goblins. It was like expected. And now it's like, 9 o'clock, like people are going to bed. It's like,
yes, I'm not really sure, because the thing is, I remember both. I remember doing it in the day and at night, but the memories that I'm most fond of are at night.
Me too.
And I just remember, like, you're walking out in the street at night and you see all these people in costumes, and one of the things that always interested me was knocking on neighbors' doors that you don't know.
Yeah.
It's like, I never got to know who lives in this house. Right. And knock on the door, and I remember one time, it was kind of weird thinking back, but I had this crazy gorilla costume that I don't even know what it was. It was like a gorilla, but I put on a top hat and I had like a cane and everything. And I did this whole crazy thing. I had like these gloves, these like monster. I just threw a bunch of shit together. And somebody was like, they opened up their door and they were like, oh my God, that's amazing. That's so funny. And like, oh, here, come on in. And actually, like, I went in the person's house and everything and was like, he like wanted to show my costume to his wife. And then I thought about it later. I'm like, dude, some stranger just like invited me into his house. Like, but as a kid, you're so naive and you're not thinking of stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I do remember one time I knocked on somebody's door and it was this old woman. She comes out with this tray of candy and she wasn't in costume or anything. She was just a weird looking old woman.
Yeah.
And she was kind of like just this kind of creepy woman.
Yeah.
And the candy wasn't in wrappers or anything. It was kind of like some.
Oh, like take it out of her hand
like,
and eat it?
No, it was like it was on a tray, but it was like some homemade chocolate or something that wasn't in wrappers. And usually, you know how everything you get is like some kind of store-bought candy.
Yeah, sure.
And even with the store-bought candy, how you always have to have the adults check it for you later to make sure nothing was And I come back with it, and I remember telling my cousin actually, and I was like, this weird old woman, like she gave us this candy, and he was like, okay, well don't eat that, and threw it away, and was like, where was this at? Like whose house was this? And then I remember it kind of started like this, like we were almost trying to figure out like who it was, what happened, but. Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of tricks or treats, I want to ask you about both. The treats.
Yeah.
What was your favorite treat to get if you were going trick or treating?
Oh, okay. I was probably the Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah, I like the little crackle bars. You would get. You remember like the little bars and they'd be wrapped up. So that's your treats. Now, as far as tricks, did you ever get involved with the whole mischief night?
Oh, mischief night. Not really, no. I mean...
Now, Mischief Night is not actually Halloween, though. It's the night before?
It's the night before. Now, actually, there's some history in that, though, because originally, the guy's name, I think, was Guy Fawkes, something like that. It was like this guy who... it was like some kind of arsonist or some guy who, like, did a lot of bad stuff. He did a lot of damage, and then some people... And I guess some people somehow celebrated that in a weird way, like, where they would kind of... On that night, they would do like bad things, and this was like back in like I think like the Great Depression era. So like
the 30s.
Yeah, like kids were throwing rocks through windows and stuff, like really bad stuff. Damaging property, everything, and then eventually, then they decided to make because Mischief Night I think was originally October 31st, and then they decide, okay, well let's kind of take all the different things that happened in the holiday, like kind of how there's different parts. There's like Samhain, Samhain was like this old thing, and then there's like all these other kind of holidays that were around that were kind of spooky in a way and scary.
Yeah.
They put them all together and they like
combine
basically they invented Halloween around that time as a distraction so that kids wouldn't be damaging property. So instead they'd give them something else to do. Like here, how about instead of that, how about we'll give you candy, come knock on the door, and they made up this holiday, but then.
Who is they?
Like, I guess just all the town, the people who get together and they come up with this. And now they made Mischief Night. Well, okay, if it can't be the 31st, let's make it the night before.
Right.
But it's less than what it was then. Now it's kind of like toilet paper, eggs maybe, stuff like that. So it is a little, it's usually less destructive now than it was, but it's still kind of just like it's just a thing,
Right.
But no, I never got involved in that really. But I remember my friends sometimes doing things like, oh, let's go and crack an egg on that guy's door or whatever.
Right.
Like it was like some little things like that where I never actually participated in it, but I remember it going on and everything. Yeah. So, Monster Madness.
Monster Madness. Monster Madness. Let's talk about everything that's.
Let's
Monster
give a little
Madness.
Special, because the one of the biggest ways, and this is the final thing on the checklist, is Monster Madness. That's been a tradition 9 years now.
That's our tradition.
I celebrate Halloween by doing Monster Madness. Yeah. That's one of the big things. It's sort of like become, it's become my own tradition too. And I guess I'll back up like how this all started. Is that I mean, it's kind of just like, now the way I look at it, it's more of a way to celebrate Halloween with more people out there. Like, there's people out there watching, so it's just like people in the world who I've never met. It's now, I feel like I'm celebrating Halloween on a more global scale. a World Wide Web scale, basically. It's, I guess if you really traced it back, it started as a book idea when I was a kid. I wanted to educate more people in classic horror films because at that time...
You know what the book was?
Yeah, I think it's just called Classic Monsters.
Okay.
But I have some pictures of it too. I have the book. Well, what was left, it never got finished. But I used to write up these little reviews of all these horror movies and kind of talk about like a history of it. Like I wanted to tell people about the history of horror.
Yeah.
And because back then...
When was that?
It was before the internet. This was like when I was like 12 years old or something.
Okay, so like 92?
Yeah, starting in 92. I think I was still writing it into 95, I think. But I basically felt like I was the only person who liked these movies because, you know, like you said, even then, most people just didn't care about black and white movies.
Yeah.
And I always felt kind of like I really want to expose these movies to more people. So I was trying to write that book. And I feel like now I've accomplished that finally with Monster Madness as in video form, which you wouldn't even imagine back then. A video on the internet, like the internet wasn't even a thing. Like it's crazy when you think about it.
Yeah.
I recorded videos in '93, and this is going from the book to like an actual video thing.
Okay.
And it's on the site too. You can see it. Monster Madness 1993.
Right.
Wasn't called Monster Madness. That was like a retroactive title I gave it because it's very appropriate. And it was the same thing. It was just me on camera talking about horror movies.
Mm-hmm.
So even though this is the
is that the
one,
video where you talk about the Frankenstein's monster and his name?
Yeah.
And the monster's name?
Yeah, I was like, it's not Frankenstein. It's Frankenstein's monster.
But you finally got over that.
You know, it's like, you can't beat him, join him.
Well, when I used to talk to you...
Yeah.
When we were in college, around the time when I first met you, you were still at the stage in your life where if somebody said called the monster Frankenstein instead of the monster, you still legitimately got pissed. And in the years since then, you've become okay with it.
It's just quicker to say Frankenstein than Frankenstein's monster every time. You know how many times I've been asked, oh, what is the monster's name then?
Yeah.
He doesn't have a name. You know, it's like everybody wants there to be a name. I think that was the problem.
Mm-hmm.
If they called him Fred, then it'd be fine. But, you know. But
people used to ask that all the time to Leonard Nimoy before he died. They would say, "What's Mr. Spock's first name?"
Oh, Spock's the last.
Yeah, because
see, I didn't even think of
Mr.
that.
Spock.
Yep.
You know, like Mr. Scott. It was like Montgomery Scott.
Yeah.
What do you know? What Spock's first name was?
No.
Leonard Nimoy always said that it was Harold, but he was kidding.
Harold Spock.
Harold Spock.
Just like everybody always needed to know the Mario brothers' first names, Mario and Luigi Mario. Nobody ever wanted to know that.
I remember for Halloween one year when I was in elementary school, there was a kid who had black hair that looked kind of like Spock's hair. And when Halloween time came around, I was dressed as Link from The Legend of Zelda, and he was dressed as Mr. Spock. And I was an asshole. He had the Spock ears on, and I came up behind him and I like ripped the ears off, just like as a joke. And then I gave it back to him, and he started to cry because apparently the ears took a really long time to put on. I thought that they were just like really quick, like pop them on and off. But see, don't be an asshole like motherfucker Mike.
Yeah, you could do tricks, but there's a line, you know. But
exactly.
no, I could see that. You thought it was just something you pull off.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It wasn't meant to be malicious.
Yeah. And talking about the future of Monster Madness, I feel like it's always going to keep going in some form, but I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going to happen from year to year. We're making it up year to year as we go on. It depends a lot on how much time we have and everything.
Well, wait. And, so Monster Madness started with these books.
Yeah, and let's keep going,
And then it went to, you would watch Monster Vision was the second step in the equation, was it not?
Well, that was in there too. Like, I mean, going back to TNT's Monster Vision, it's kind of like some kind of resurrection of that. Like, there needs to be some kind of Halloween marathon type thing that involves seeing horror movies or talking about horror movies.
Right.
Like, horror movies are such a big part of it.
Because there's not really much on television now. Like when we were teenagers, there was Monster Vision and there was other, shows on television that would show all kinds of monster movies and marathons and stuff, and that just really is there much of that anymore? There's not a lot of that anymore.
Sven
right?
Gulli is still on the air.
Oh, okay.
Every Saturday night at 10 o'clock on MeTV, Sven Gulli is still on.
He's got it going.
And Elvira came back for a little bit, like a couple years ago or something.
Well, that's good. I mean, hopefully more of these things will come back again. That would be nice.
So that's what I like. In fact, I'd even like to do some kind of horror hosting thing myself. Like, I know I'm not like I'm hosting this, I guess, but I'm not like in character. I'd like to do like Dr. Rolfenstein, you know.
Oh, can I be Igor?
Sure, yeah, I'll whip you.
Igor! I will get the film master.
That'll teach you to disobey.
And I remember you and I having a conversation, and you're like, I want to do this thing where it's like a video every day of the month, but I'm doing all this other shit, and like I'm probably not gonna have time. And I remember having a conversation with you, and I was like, you got to do it. Like it's such a great idea, you got to do it. And you're like, all right, I'll do it. And you went and you did it somehow.
That was I think that was the only year where you weren't involved.
I wasn't involved yet. No.
Yeah, it was. I just did the whole thing. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And then the next year, we were talking about doing a Godzilla marathon. 'Cause I was like, you know what? I'm glad that I got to talk about the Universal monsters and everything. Now let's do Godzilla.
I remember having a conversation with you after the first Monster Madness, and we talked, and I said, are you going to do Monster Madness again next year? And you're like, well, I don't know. It was so much work and all that. And I was like, well, if you were going to do it next year, what would you do? And you're like, well, I've always wanted to review all the Godzilla movies. And I was like, well, what if I edit it for you, and you write it, and you watch the movies and do all that, and I'll pick up some of the work for you. So that's when I got involved, not only with Monster Madness, but that's where I really started to get involved with Cinemassacre heavily. Although I had worked on things with you, even dating back to college, like It Came From Beyond the Toilet and stuff. Godzillathon was my first real big thing that I started, and that's when I started helping editing with Cinemassacre videos, and I also didn't know a hell of a lot about Godzilla before that. I had seen one or two Godzilla movies before that, but I learned through the process of doing Godzillathon. I watched all the movies, you know, and everything at that time, and I learned. That's when I learned to love Godzilla, and I started to realize, oh, working on these monster reviews, I'm actually learning about the movies while I'm editing them and watching them.
Me too. Like some of them that I haven't seen, you know.
And for me, it was a real like eye-opening experience. Like, wow, not only am I like helping to edit these videos, but I'm actually learning about these horror movies at the same time. I felt like it's been an education in horror for me to work with you.
So for us as well as other people.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been educational for us as well.
Yeah. And over the years, we kind of went back and forth. Like some years we would both edit them, and there are some years where it was entirely you editing. Other years where it was it's usually it would be, a lot of times it would be like you edit them and then you give me the videos and then I'll make changes to them. A lot of times.
And some years we'd go back and forth. There was certain years where I think at the 80s-a-thon year you were really busy that year, and I picked up a lot of the slack that
was
year.
the only year I think where it wasn't 31. It was actually every other day instead of every
we were
day.
struggling to get it done that year.
We were really struggling,
And
I was filming the movie that year.
Yeah, so that's why that year was less. But a lot of the other years we'd work like you'd work on some of the videos, I'd work on some of the videos.
Yeah.
So it's really been a joint effort between the both of us. And I would say for the majority of Monster Madness, just so everybody knows, James has been the one to write all the videos. I mostly just help with the editing. I might have had some input here and there as far as when we would watch a movie. You know, I might say something and be like, oh, I might use that comment in there. But usually Monster Madness is James's vision, and you know, you created the idea of it. So I've been happy to be able to come along and help, and I'm also honored to be able to show up and do this year. So
first time 9 years.
Yeah. So there you go.
So and actually this is really helpful, I think, too. The fact that we're doing it like this, unscripted, because writing the script takes a lot of time, and it actually, over the years, it's gotten more and more time consuming.
Yeah.
It's gotten harder because in the beginning, I would do movies that I was very familiar with. I was so familiar with a lot of those movies that I wouldn't even have to watch them. But I'm starting to, and while we'll never run out of horror movies to do, we are running out of movies that I can do that quickly, because now I have to watch movies more. I have to refresh my memory on them. And a lot of times I'm doing ones that I haven't even seen at all. So of course I got to watch them if I'm going to write a review on it.
Right.
So that's 31 movies to watch. Sometimes it's even more when there's more than one like clumped together in one thing.
Right.
So it's basically like every year we do this, it's a miracle that it gets done. You know, we're always in a rush to get these done.
Yeah, there's been hundreds of these videos now, and now it's to the point where it's like, it's just, you know, we have to actually watch the movies that we've never seen before and then write the script, where when you started it was like, well, I'm going to do Dracula, I'm going to do the Wolfman, I'm going to do Freddy Krueger. It's like all movies that you knew backwards and forwards because you've seen them a million times. So moving forward...
like even the ones we talked about, like Saw and The Ring, I had to watch them again. You know, I had to be like, okay, well, let me watch this movie.
Movies that you had seen but you were a little less familiar with.
Yeah, or that I seen once when they came out, but it was like, oh, I got to see it again to
refresh your memory.
And all those hours of watching all those movies, it's crazy. You know, it's roughly like a 6-month project on and off to try to get all these done for videos that get blasted all out in 1 month.
Yeah.
So
going back to previous years when we were doing like Camp Cult and like all those, you know, sequel-a-thon and sequel-a-thon 2 and all that, I remember it would be October would be done, let's say, and then there'd be November, and then there'd be Christmas, and we'd make some Christmas videos. Come like January, we would start in January starting to get, okay, what's going to be the list for next year? And then from like the whole rest of the year, really.
A lot of times we have to find the DVDs too to even watch.
Oh my
them.
God! I ended up with I have like over 5,000 DVDs. It's insane because you got to remember, not that there's been that many reviews, but it's like if James is talking about a movie, then he might talk about another movie and another movie and another movie and another movie that he's you know referencing other movies. So not only if he's reviewing Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but he might mention, you know, The Wizard of Oz, so it's like, oh shit, I gotta have that clip in there, and you know, so it's all these fucking. I ended up with just piles and piles of DVDs because I was editing this, and you know how many hours I spent capturing these movies? Endless. So my life became capturing movies, and the whole thing's crazy. So in the middle of doing ABGN episodes and Board James and all the other top 10 videos and all this, the whole entire year we're working on Monster Madness videos. So it's this gigantic process that
a lot of times there's a decision where like, could you spend this time on Monster Madness, or would you spend the time on more videos throughout the year instead of all in October? So it's like kind of like somehow you're trying to balance it all, and it's like, you know, what do you do? Like you just gotta, like,
because you gotta understand, it's just James and I working on these videos. There's no other people involved in making the videos. And for two people, we're balancing several different web series, and it's a lot to do.
And with a kid, it's 1,000 times harder now.
Right.
And now a lot of times, like I want to spend more time, you know, taking my daughter to a hayride or something. And when it becomes like, see, there's my phone chiming right there. There's just something. Yeah. So it's all cool. But it's like you know. You can't let your personal time suffer either. So if it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna take her to this weekend, it's like, sorry, I gotta work on I can't do it. I gotta work on those videos. Like, that's a problem. So it's like I have to somehow balance it all with personal life too, and that's really, really hard.
Because when you have a kid, not that I would know because I don't have any kids, but when people have kids, the kid is only a kid for so long, and then they grow up, and then they move out, and then they start driving and all that, and it's like you want to be with your kid when they're a kid. And
I want to see Halloween through her eyes. Now I want to, you know, let her have an awesome Halloween as a kid, the way I did.
And if you're off spending the entire day editing a video about Saw, you're not spending your time with the kid. So it's a problem.
Yeah.
You know?
So that's like a little bit of a reality check on how hard it is to do these, but we definitely want to continue it. And I know next year is the 10th year, so I feel like we should do something special. And if you like these videos of me and Mike, we'll do more stuff like this too, because these were really fun to do. But
it's a lot easier to do unscripted content than scripted content. It takes less time, and it's more manageable. By the way, just doing this. This is very different than the scripted videos, but this is actually really nice to be able to really give our opinions. We're giving our opinions here about Halloween and everything, and I really feel like this is although this is different than the other years where it was scripted. This is a nice change of pace.
Everything's always. I feel like it's always going to evolve or change in some way, and even if it gets so crazy in life that maybe some year we have to cut down to less than 31, which we've done before when we did the 80s-a-thon one. Like maybe it might have to be like less than 31 or something. There'll be ways we could still keep it going, and I'd like to see something one day where I can do a horror host like I was talking about, but it might be like horror hosting like on a weekend or something with showing movies and then talking in between them. I mean, it'd have to be like public domain movies unless some network would hire me or something. That could be like, Joe Bob Briggs is, one of my big inspirations for that. But times were different then when Joe Bob was on the air.
That's true. It's a different world.
Yeah, the network was a lot looser and let him do what he wanted to do and stuff.
But you can always do whatever you want to do here on YouTube.
Exactly. So that's what's great. I feel like we've already done it. We've accomplished, having a horror show. Halloween's going nowhere. I feel like Monster Madness will always exist in some form. We have no idea what it'll be like 10 years from now or what. We have no idea. But, anything left to say?
So one way or the other, we're going to keep Monster Madness going. But just to be clear, we might... I guess what we're saying is we're probably going to be changing the format up a bit.
Yeah, maybe. We don't know.
Yeah.
So we don't know right now.
Yeah.
But we're going to finish this year, which is almost over now in a few moments. Great. I love Halloween. I love feeling like I feel at home when I'm surrounded by skeletons and glowing lanterns and shit.
You have anything else to say?
I have one last thing to say.
Okay.
Enjoy a creepy Board James video tonight. After midnight. Halloween is going after hours.
Oh!